A raven's cry cut across the pale northern sky, harsh and ragged, as if even the bird could sense that the world beneath its wings had begun to warp and shudder toward calamity. Far below, the ragged cliffs around Hardhome crouched against the whispering sea, dark fingers of stone stretching out like claws doomed to break beneath an impossible weight. The wind tasted of brine and distant storms, but beneath that familiar tang lurked a sharper chill, an insinuating blade of ice that scraped against the bone of every living thing that dared draw breath. Jon Snow felt it the instant his boat scraped ashore. He had braved the blizzard way and the icy halls of Castle Black, had fought wights in the gloomlit tunnels beneath the wall, had bled for wildlings who spat at his name. Yet nothing in all that suffering carried the same sense of wrongness that now hovered over the ruined fishing village. Here, every shadow stretched too long, every silence rang too hollow, and every heartbeat echoed like a drum struck within a crypt. Hardhome had always been a graveyard after the slaughter, but tonight, it felt like the moment before the first shovel of damp earth struck the lid of the coffin. He stepped onto the frost-slick shingle with Tormund Giantsbane at his side. The broad-shouldered wildling shook auburn tangles of hair from his eyes and sniffed the air, lips twisting. "That smell," Tormund muttered, "like the taste o' snow that never melts." "Aye." Jon's gloved fingers curled tighter around Longclaw's hilt. "And something else. Smoke. Yet no fires burn." Tormund spat. "Smoke of the dead. I'm thinking." Behind them, the handful of skiffs from Eastwatch scraped aground, disgorging black-clad brothers of the Night's Watch and shivering wildling elders who had begged passage south. Dolorous Ed cursed as icy surf spilled into his boots. "Next time someone asks me to row through the night for a pack of ungrateful free folk," he grumbled, "I'll remind them I've vows to keep, and none of 'em mentioned drowning." The joke rang hollow. No one laughed, because the wind had shifted, because every dog in the company, skinny mongrels more bone than beast, suddenly tucked tail and whimpered toward the trees beyond the shore, because the ravens circling above Hardhome did not caw again. They simply vanished, as if swallowed by the vault of night. Jon raised his torch. The orange glow licked at shattered timbers, broken crab traps, the long-rotted skeletons of huts that had once clung to the cliff. The wreckage looked unchanged since the massacre 2 years past, when the Night King had first come with ice and ruin. But Jon saw fresh trenches clawed into the turf, as though something vast had smashed its way across the ground since last he was here. Tormund knelt beside one such gouge. The packed earth glittered with shards of glassy frost. He pressed a calloused palm to it, hissed, and jerked back. "Cold," he whispered. "God's snow. That's cold enough to burn. Something vast, something winged." Jon's heart hammered. He turned his gaze skyward and found no comfort there. Black clouds mottled the stars like bruises on pale skin, swirling in slow eddies around a single gap. Within that jagged wound of sky glimmered a sickle moon crescent thin, above a shape that should not have been. A dragon's silhouette. He knew dragons. The thunder of wings above Meereen, the furnace roar of Drogon's breath at Astapor. This creature aloft above Hardhome bore the same noble span of pinion and sail, but its motion was wrong. Not the swift, coiling grace of living flame, but a jerking, hitching flutter, as though unseen marionette strings dragged it through the heavens. Light burst from its throat, pale, corpse-white. Not fire, but a beam of frozen luminance that washed the cliff with crackling hoarfrost. Planks shattered, stones split, long-slain corpses within those ruins heaved upright, ice crystals blooming across their sockets like hateful flowers. The Night King had found a dragon. Jon tasted ash, or thought he did, until he recognized the true flavor. Despair. "Viserion," he breathed. "7 hells." Tormund grunted. "1 Daenerys's. But how?" "Doesn't matter." Jon tore his gaze from the horror above. "Tormund, get the women and children back in the boats. Now." The wildling opened his mouth to argue, then flinched as the dragon's ice breath sluiced another shack into ruin. Screams keened in the dark, not of the living, but of the newly roused dead. A tide of wights lurched free, fingers raking the air, jaws yawning with hunger that felt eons old. Tormund roared his answer and sprinted down the strand. Jon followed, bellowing for the watch to form ranks. Though ranks meant little against death-given wings, it stumbled beside him. "Eastwatch's beacon," he gasped. "If we can light it, maybe the Queen'll see." "The Queen is leagues away," Jon snapped. "But Eastwatch must be warned." It stared at the sky. "Don't reckon warnings needed if that thing reaches the wall first." And there, in the space of a heartbeat, Jon saw the path of catastrophe laid bare. From Hardhome's ruin to the wall's foot lay scant miles of wind-shrieked coast. Eastwatch by the sea stood lonely vigil atop its cliffs, wooden palisades and watchtowers huddled beneath ancient stone walls. A dragon, undead, tireless, merciless, could cross that gulf before the brothers even loosed a raven. And if Eastwatch fell tonight, the Night King would possess a breach. Not the narrow wound created at the frozen lake, but a yawning gate onto the continent's eastern flank. And then winter, true winter, would march upon the kingdoms of men. Jon spun toward the skiffs. "We sail now. Every soul we can carry. But the wildlings still inland. We cannot save them," Jon said, and the words sliced his throat on the way out. "Not tonight. If the wall falls, none of this matters." Thunder boomed overhead. Not thunder, but the snapping of midnight wings in the hollow of the clouds. The ground shook. A column of blue-white flame carved an arc across the strand. Flash-freezing sea spray into spears of brittle ice. Where that beam touched water, the bay solidified in an instant, sealing boats into crystal prisons. Sailcloth cracked. Masts exploded. Men screamed as frost raced up their legs like hungry serpents. Jon felt the breath in his lungs begin to crystallize. He dropped Longclaw, seized a fallen shield, and slammed it against the ice encasing Ed's boots. Iron rang on ice. Once, twice. The third blow shattered the sheath of frost, freeing his friend. But White Rime already climbed Jon's own greaves. Tormund crashed into them, swinging an axe lit by torchlight. He hacked Jon free, then clapped a massive hand against Jon's breastplate to shove him toward the only path left. Inland, into the forest of needlebone pines where the dragon's breath might not reach. Behind them, Hardhome dissolved in a blizzard of splintering ice. Villagers, those who had survived the first massacre, dotted the shingle, their eyes turned skyward in mute supplication. One by one they stiffened, frost stiffening hair and lashes. The Night King walked among them, arms spread like a priest conducting mass. Wherever his gaze fell, corpses rose, strings pulled taut to join the choir of the damned. Jon fled into the trees, torch guttering. Somewhere behind, Longclaw lay abandoned, swallowed by ice. Bran Stark dreamt beneath a canopy of roots in the cave of the three-eyed raven, though the raven himself lay long dead. Yet dreams did not cease with the teacher's passing. They merely deepened. On this night, Bran floated above the skirling storm east of Hardhome. Snow tore through the sky like shredded parchment, save where it parted to grant a spectral dragon passage. Its wings beat without muscle, tendons of frost flexing in grisly imitation of life. Its eyes were pits of crackling blue, lit by a hunger that was not its own. Bran sensed the presence astride its spine. Night King, cold as the void between stars, mind sharp and alien as broken glass. The Walker's Lord peered not with sight but with purpose, tension drawn tight as bowstring. He sought not battle but breach, and Bran, tangled in weirwood roots across leagues, felt helpless. He watched as the dragon spun west and arrowed across a moonlit sea. Beneath, on the frozen surf, sprinted the army of the dead. Tens of thousands of wights, unflagging, tireless, driving toward a singular cliff-crowned keep whose beacon glowed faint in the dark. Eastwatch by the sea. Bran tried to shout a warning, but ravens only croaked within his mouth. He hurled his spirit into them, scattering 1,000 black wings westward. Yet ravens were slow, the dragon was not. And for one terror-lanced instant Bran saw, through its burning eyes, the pale monolith of the wall rise from the horizon. Saw the ancient magic woven through its ice like veins of gold, glowing faintly against the cold. The Night King lifted a hand. Viserion shrieked, and the world turned white. At Eastwatch, First Builder Harker stood high atop the outer spire, rubbing warmth into his numb beard. Below, the watchtorches guttered along the ramparts. Snow had begun again an hour past, thick fat flakes drifting onto black stone. He hated nights like this, quiet, slower than treacle, each minute stretching like tar. Most nights it meant nothing, save toes lost to frostbite, joints stiff come morning. Tonight, the silence felt expectant. A lantern bobbed up the stair. Jeremy Ricker, armorer's apprentice, appeared, teeth chattering. "Saw something, sir," the boy said. Harker sighed. "If it's another shadow that looked like a giant, I'll have your hide tanning on the wall." "Not a giant." Jeremy licked cracked lips.
"Dragon, sir."
"Dead one, I think." Harker laughed, harsh, brittle. "Bugger off." The boy shoved a spyglass into his hands. Harker peered east. At first, he saw only snow fog rolling off the sea, until forked lightning of purest blue split the storm clouds. The bolt crashed into the waves, turning black water instantly to jagged ice. Upon that frozen path ran silhouettes, hundreds, then more behind them, a river of motionless limbs pumping in perfect, silent rhythm. And above, wings like midnight sails. "Seven save us," Harker whispered. A horn blew within the keep, one blast, meaning brothers returning. But 10 breaths later, a second horn answered from the sea gate, then a third, trembling and slurred. Enemies approaching. Eastwatch had never sounded 3 blasts since the long night. Harker snatched the lantern, dashed down spiral steps, barking orders. "Archers to the sea wall. Man the scorpions. Load dragonglass bolts." Men stirred from bunk rooms, half-armored, clutching spears and shields with bleary eyes. The yard filled with the clatter of iron against stone. Muttered curses, prayers to forgotten gods. Somewhere, a goat bleated, milk goat for the garrison's children, then fell silent as a cook tethered it tight. Children. There were children in the keep tonight. Refugees fleeing the same horror now racing their heels. Harker vaulted onto the western parapet. The frozen bay below gleamed weirdly in starlight, a mirror of burnished glass. Upon it, the first ranks of whites charged, silent, ungainly, implacable. Dragonglass-tipped arrows whined down, piercing skulls, shattering ribcages. Bodies fell, and then rose, impaled shafts jutting like quills. From the clouds, Viserion stooped. Blue flame lit the world. The scorpion on Tower 3 swung up, loosed. The bolt struck scale just behind the skull, shattered, spraying chips of obsidian. Viserion reared, screamed. Then the jaws opened wide and disgorged a torrent that froze Tower 3 and the dozen men within to a single crystalline pillar. Stone cracked, groaned, collapsed in shards. Harker ducked as ice shards scythed overhead. A severed arm, preserved like marble, thudded at his feet. He spun, bellowed, "Loose again!" But half the bows had snapped, strings brittle with frost. Another blast, this time from within the wall itself. A fissure spidered out from the sea gate, ice fracturing with the scream of tortured glass. That ancient arch, bound by thousands-year enchantments, splintered. Runes flared faint, sputtered, died. The wall began to bleed water. Harker knew then, the magic was failing. "Fall back," he roared. "To the inner yard." Horn calls rippled through crumbling towers. Brothers scrambled across buckling catwalks. A pair carrying the beacon fire tripped. The brazier crashed, spilling coals that hissed and died upon the ice-slick flagstones. Flames could not take root in this cold. The gatehouse shuddered. Viserion landed atop it, weight caving the roof in a thunder of timbers. Talons punched through oak, iron, flesh. The dragon craned down, glassy eyes admiring men scattering like ants. Blue fire poured from its maw, turning men to frost statues mid-stride. When they toppled, limbs snapped clean, and through that ragged breach stalked the Night King. His crown of icicles glimmered ghostly in Dragonfire's glow. He moved with eerie calm, untouched by chaos, as whites parted before him like surf around a rock. Harker saw him, felt the blade of terror wedge between ribs, and ran. Down the steps, across the courtyard's broken remains, past the armory where a barrel of dragonglass knives had shattered under the frost wave. He burst into the rookery, seized a raven, tied a scrap. Eastwatch fallen, dragon white, wall breached. His knuckles bled as he wrenched the shutter open. Storm winds tore the bird from his grip. He turned and found the Night King standing in the doorway, pale eyes burning. Harker drew a dagger. Frost filmed its edge before he could raise it. He tried to speak, to curse, to pray, but his breath crystallized on his tongue. Chill shot through marrow, racing veins, locking joints. He saw his fingers whiten, heard skin crack like old leather, felt his heart slow to a crawl. The last sight before darkness claimed him was the Night King lifting one hand, as if blessing a kneeling supplicant. Behind that gesture, Harker glimpsed Eastwatch's beacon tower disintegrating under a sweep of Viserion's wings. The great flame toppled, timbers hissing into snow. Sparks whirled up and winked out. Darkness devoured the night. Far south at Winterfell, Sansa Stark lingered by a frost-silvered window, sleepless despite the hour. A stray draft coiled around her ankles, stirring the coals of the brazier. She tugged her shawl tighter, mind restless with letters unanswered, alliances unmade. Somewhere out in the gloom, she sensed the shape of oncoming doom, though she could not name it. A raven slammed against the casement, flapping in panic. She gasped, unlatched the pane. The bird tumbled inside, bedraggled. One wing rhymed with frost. Sansa slipped the cylinder free. The parchment within crackled, lines blurred by ice. Her heart lilted foully as she read the broken script.
Eastwatch fallen.
Dragon white, wall breached. For a moment, she could not breathe. She gripped the windowsill so hard stone bit her palms. Thoughts snarled. Jon, Tormund, the Night's Watch, Arya patrolling the Godswood, Bran unreachable in his trance. All the North's fragile hopes balanced on a wall that now bled. She straightened, chin lifting, tears freezing before they could fall. Send for Maester Wolkan, she told the guard at her door. Rouse the smiths, all of them. My lady, the hour is past. Her voice did not tremble. Summon every Lord Banneret within 2 days' ride. We march, to the White Knife. She closed her eyes, saw Eastwatch's ruin as clearly as if she had flown above it. If the wall no longer holds, we must make new lines, and pray we have time to draw them. Beneath the shattered arch of Eastwatch's gatehouse, the Night King paused. Frost-clouded moonlight pooled over his shoulders, casting shards of pallid light across the ice-slick courtyard. Around him, the dead milled, silent, patient, awaiting command. He lifted one hand. Viserion answered. The dragon's cry was the creak of glaciers grinding against stone, a groaning of primeval ages. Wings flared, scattering drifts. With ponderous steps, the beast clambered through the breach onto the seaward ice. It craned its neck toward the southern stars, nostrils steaming vapor that crystallized upon the wind. The Night King's gaze followed the dragon's. Beyond those stars lay Winterfell, and south of that, the green heart of the continent, warm and wet and teeming with the pulse of mortal life. But the Night King had learned patience across unnumbered centuries. Before the heart must come the arteries. Eastwatch was first severed vein. Now the blood must run the other way. He placed a frost-armored palm against the wall's ancient flank. Runes once hidden ignited, sputtered, died. Ice side, cracked, split in a jagged seam 50 feet high. From that wound gusted a breath so cold it killed the very snowflakes. The army of the dead poured through. In the tangled dark of the ghost wood, Jon Snow and the ragged survivors of Hardhome collapsed beside a half-frozen stream. Torchlights sputtered. They dared no large fire, the dragon might glimpse it, but even sheltered sparks drew Frost's swift assassin. Men coughed, shuddered. Teeth chattered like castanets. Tormund leaned against a tree, blood weeping from a wrist coated in ice burns. John crouched, cradling the broken warmth of his last torch. The faces before him were haggard silhouettes made of exhaustion and fear. "We head for Deep Lake," he said. "From there, Black Allen keeps a crow post. If ravens still fly, we warn Castle Black." A woman wrapped in furs shook her head. "Wall's no refuge if the dead ride dragons." John did not contradict her. "Then we warn Winterfell." A hush fell, torches dimmed to embers. Somewhere distant, the night rang with a sound like branches shattering. The refugees lifted their eyes toward the north, where a blue-white glow rippled above the treetops, the dragon's breath painting the clouds. John's thoughts turned to Daenerys, far across sea and sand, unaware that one of her children now served darkness. The knowledge cut deeper than any blade. He pushed it aside. Survival first. He rose, steadied Tormund with a hand. "We move." Across the breadth of Westeros, that same icy glow lit ravens' wings and shivered hearts. From Old Town's dusty libraries to the jade halls of the Red Keep, whispers spread. The wall, that ancient promise, had been broken at last. Yet where the broken metal of men trembled, others sharpened their swords. For Doom's shadow can forge courage as readily as despair. Brienne of Tarth, reading by candle in Winterfell's hall, tightened her gauntlets. Samwell Tarly, poring over scrolls in the vaults of the Citadel, knocked over an ink bottle as he realized the prophecy of iceborne fire had come to pass. Arya Stark, sleepless in the Godswood, felt a wolf's howl rip through her blood and knew her pack must gather. And somewhere far across the narrow sea, Daenerys Stormborn stood atop the prow of a great black ship bound for the Bay of Seals. Drogon rode the updraft beside her. Regal circled the masts. She smiled at the promise of northern snow until she sensed, through a bond forged in blood and flame, that a third presence once warm now throbbed with frigid malice. Viserion was gone. Something else wore his skin. The mother of dragons turned her face north, and her eyes found the starless horizon. Dawn broke, but light did not reach Hardhome, nor the carcass of Eastwatch by the sea. The rising sun smeared crimson across the frozen bay, yet that warmth never kissed the shattered towers. A dragon SL, epped upon the keep's highest ruin, wings mantled, tail curled like a serpent around toppled stone. Its breath plumed thin vapor into the cold air, vapor that crystallized and drifted downward as glittering motes to settle upon the bodies below. In that red winter dawn, the corpses of 300 sworn brothers, 200 wildling elders, 6 children, and 1 first builder opened eyes of burning blue. They rose, as obedient to that dawn as flowers to spring, and turned south as one. The dead began to march. The wind had changed by the time John's party reached the ridgeline above Deep Lake. It whispered not with the bite of death, but with the acrid tang of smoke. Across the water, Castle Black's towers blurred beneath haze. For a heartbeat, John dared hope someone had lit pyres to fend off the chill. Then he tasted soot and knew the truth. Fire, but not dragon fire. The smoke lacked the oily stink of burning pitch. This was timber, wool, flesh. Castle Black was burning. John's knees nearly buckled. Ghost, white fur stark against the gloom, whined at his side. "No," John rasped. "No, they can't be so swift." Tormund shaded his eyes. Could be deserters torched the keep. John wished to believe that, could not, because above the wall's shadowed crown wheeled a shape, wings beating slow in the ash-thick skies. Whatever blaze licked Castle Black's halls, it was not flame alone. Frost's breath could shatter stone as surely as fire could blacken it, and Frost now served the Night King's new mount. The survivors gaped, hearts heavy with dread too vast for words. John closed his eyes, letting the wind slap tears into freezing trails down his cheeks. "We turn west," he said. "Shadow Tower, and if that falls, then the Gorge. That's a fortnight's march. Then we run." Crack. From the east, the earth shook with a rumble like mountains grinding. A black plume rose where Eastwatch had stood, a vast column of pulverized ice and stone and magic uprooted. John watched silent as the clouds stretched into the sky, blotting out the sun. In that expanding pall he saw the future. Storms without end, night without stars, humanity's final sunset. And yet, inside that dread vision, a spark refused smothering. He heard, faint and distant, the cry of living dragons, Drogon's thunderous roar, Rhaegal's shrill keen. He saw Sansa marshalling Winterfell's banners, Brienne guarding her flank, Arya a shadow at their front, Bran's ravens circling above. He saw Daenerys riding wind and fire to meet the storm, and he felt, in the marrow of his bones, that the dead could burn, and the dragon of ice could bleed, if only they endured long enough to strike. Jon lifted his torch high. "For the living!" His voice rang raw across the ridge. Tormund echoed, Ed voice hoarse. One by one, the weary, broken survivors raised what weapons remained: rusted axes, splintered spear shafts, fists clenched white. In that fragile assembly, Jon saw a kind of stubborn grace. He turned his face west, toward the snow-clad path that wound along the wall's foot, toward Hemlock Grove and Last Hearth, toward Winterfell, toward whatever hope might still flicker in the eyes of men unbroken. The Night King would come, but so would they, and somewhere above, unseen beyond the pall of rising dust, the sun still climbed, though its light had to fight through storm and ashen ice before it could kiss the world again. Perhaps, Jon thought as he led his people into that pale dawn, that was all the meaning the gods had left them: to keep marching until the light found a way. He would march, he would fight, and if light could not find a way, he would carve one through the darkness with frostbitten hands. Jon Snow moved along the ridgeline like a wraith, torch guttering against the wind that screamed down from the sundered wall. Beneath the bitter clang of pine boughs, he listened, not merely for the snarl of hunting wights or the reverberant wing beats of the ice dragon, but for something subtler, the pulse of the survivors behind him, a rhythm of breathe-step-breathe that tethered him to purpose. Tormund limped 2 paces back, wide shoulders hunched under furs rimed white. Dolorous Ed walked a little distance beyond, coaxing along the last of the wildling elders. Ghost ranged ahead, crimson eyes cutting the dusk like twin embers. Each time the direwolf paused, Jon felt the hair prickle along his own spine, as if some invisible thread joined their nerves. They followed the contour of the ridge westward toward the stunted willows of Sow's Scrape, keeping the distant red-gray pillar of Eastwatch's collapse over their right shoulders. Even now, hours after the fall, black smoke rose from the ruins like the breath of a dying giant. When a cold gust drew the stench across them, men gagged. The fumes carried no ordinary char. The smell was of something ancient and wrong, as though old magic itself had caught fire, sending up wisps of mourning. Night was coming again, not the unlit pre-dawn gloom through which they had staggered, but a true polar darkness unbroken by moon or star. Blue flashes still leapt at intervals along the eastern horizon, Viserion's frigid breath as the Night King widened the breach. Every burst illuminated ribcages of ice where once had stood bastions of seasoned oak. Every silence afterward rang greater than the last. Jon imagined a great bell being struck in the hearts of men across the north, each peal telling them, wordlessly, that the old promise of the wall was broken forever. They skirted a bald tor, boots crunching on wind-packed crust. At its far side, a shallow dell curved down into thick forest, the treeline tight and welcoming in that way northern woods possess, as though the pines themselves draw close for warmth. Jon raised a gloved fist. The column halted. They would bivouac here until the sky told them it was safe to move again. He doubted dawn would offer much safety, but men needed rest. Fires risked discovery, yet freezing stole lives faster than blades. He chose compromise. Hooded lanterns nestled behind low stone windwalls, small cookfires banked with snow to keep their glow muted. Tormund cracked ice off half-rotten logs. It scrounged black moss to feed embers. Watching them work, Jon felt a knot inside him ease. Small tasks, done well, could carve sanity from calamity. Yet the respite proved brittle. Ghost stiffened near the trees, hackles bristling. Jon's hand fell to the empty space where Longclaw once sat. Losing that blade gnawed at him. The ancestral steel of House Mormont, gifted by Gior, lost in a panicked flight. Still, a commander could not dwell on shame when men needed action. He fetched an ordinary iron longsword from the cache Tormund had seized at Hardhome. Its heft felt foreign, but its edge was sharp. He moved beside the dire wolf, gaze sweeping the gloom. Out of the pines stepped 3 figures, black cloaks, cross straps of gray mail catching what little lantern light escaped their camp. Rangers. The lead man removed his hood, revealing a gaunt face framed by frost-whitened brows. Bannon Marsh, last posted to the Shadow Tower. Relief washed through Jon briefly, until he read the dread carved into Marsh's features. "Snow," Marsh rasped, voice raw from cold. "Thought you dead." "No time for death," Jon answered. "What word from Westwatch?" Marsh shook his head. "Worse than we feared. Shadow Tower still stands, but Westwatch is aflame. Something tore through, blue fire that burned stone like pitch. We counted no survivors." His eyes flicked toward the distant pall at Eastwatch, then back. "It's moving fast, Jon. Faster than we can outrun if we hedge south along the foot." Jon exhaled. "Are ravens away? Flown at sunset?" Marsh hesitated. "But wind from the breach carries frost that catches wings mid-flap. Few birds make altitude." Jon looked to Tormund, who muttered a dark oath. Then he surveyed the huddled camp. 40-odd souls, half crippled by cold, some children too young to carry steel. Straightforward flight down the King's Road was impossible. They'd never reach Winterfell before the dead overtook them. Alternative: push west, risk the Frostfang valleys, attempt to descend onto the Gift near Long Barrow? Treacherous passes, yet the Night King's army would funnel southward along easier terrain. Small parties might slip through where vast hordes could not. But first they must reach Shadow Tower. Supplies, mules, fresh dragonglass. And, perhaps, Longclaw housed in the vault. There was slight chance Benjen Pike had cached their spare Valyrian weapons there. Jon called marshals to him. Tormund, Marsh, Dolorous Ed. Val the spearwife who still bore 2 children from Hardhome cradled in her cloak. Together they bent over a crude map scratched in snow with a stick.
Peaks, ravines, frozen rivers.
All the while, the sky beyond the ridge pulsed with ghostly blue strobe, as if the world's heartbeat were misfiring. "We'll march night blind," Jon decided. "Single file, ghost scouts ahead. Anyone straggles, pair them to a runner." His voice cut through wind, gathering courage from cadence alone. "At daylight, we move west by northwest. We cross the Milkwater at first thaw. If that river holds ice, we pray it bears us. If not, we pray we can swim." Tormund snorted. "Swim's fine for bears." The big man grinned, showing cracked teeth. "And we giants banefolk are part bear." "Then keep your cubs alive," Jon said. Ravens scattered from the broken ceiling of Castle Black's rookery as Maester Donnerly dragged his twisted leg up the winding stair. Every joint screamed, each breath a rattling rasp. He had been below when the dragon came, sealing half the inner yard in a carapace of hoarfrost while fire kindled roof beams. How he'd survived he could not say. Perhaps the dragon sought better prey eastward. Perhaps some gods still pitted maesters. He wedged open the rookery door. Smoke roiled along the rafters, but the upper windows remained intact. Darkness beyond should have shown stars, yet instead glowed an eerie turquoise haze reflecting the dragon's passing. Donnerly reached trembling hands toward a pair of ravens, the largest, oldest. He fastened messages to their legs. Scraps and Crabbed's script warning of the breach, the burning of Castle Black, the flight of survivors south along 3 roads. He thought of adding, "And I do not expect to live past dawn." But time was air in a punctured lung. He lifted the birds, whispered the traditional plea for swift wings, and thrust them out. The birds circled once, startled by the heat belching from the yard. One dipped a wing too low. A stray streamer of frost from above grazed its tail. Instantly the feathers iced, weight pitching the raven earthward, spiraled, shrieking, into darkness. The second climbed, desperate flutter, and disappeared toward the dim western sky. Donnerly watched until the beat of wings faded. Then he leaned against the sill and wept, tears freezing to his beard. Footsteps sounded below, dragging irregular. He feared whites, seized a rusted butcher knife from a rack. The figure emerging proved living. Sergeant Halbier, face scorched, right arm encased in a sleeve of brittle frost. Donnerly eased but did not lower the blade. South tunnel collapsed, Halbier croaked. East tunnel worse, but there's a shaft near the ice cellar that still leads under the wall. Might bring us out halfway to Queen's Crown. How many remain? Perhaps 20. Halbier's gaze drifted to the empty perches. No more birds. 1. Donnerly swallowed. But if magic is failing, even 100 ravens might not deliver word in time. Halbier flexed his frost-burnt arm until sheets of ice cracked and fell. Beneath, skin oozed blood. Then we carry the warnings on our backs. In Winterfell's great courtyard, sparks blazed like fallen stars as blacksmiths hammered dragonglass into arrowheads atop snow-buried anvils. Sansa Stark strode among them, cheeks raw, words clipped. Each question met with answer, each deficiency addressed. She might know little of forging, but she recognized discipline, and terror disguised as craft. Fear could paralyze warriors, but in a forge, fear could temper them to a finer edge. Every clang rang a prayer on iron's tongue. Brienne of Tarth emerged from the armory bearing armloads of boiled leather hauberks layered with thin obsidian plates. She planted them before Sansa with the solemnity of a grave offering. Too heavy for swift movement, she warned, but against a white's claw they may hold. Distribution, first to the vanguard, then to archers who cannot retreat quickly. Brienne's blue gaze held stormy worry. But my lady, if the breach spreads, dragonglass mail will matter little. We must field cavalry to harry columns long before they reach the King's Road. We scarcely have horses enough for scouts, let alone charges, Sansa murmured. Her fingers tightened on a parchment. Reports from White Harbor of ships sighted on the Shivering Sea. Potentially wildling craft, possibly white-infested hulks drifting south. She set the parchment aside. What news of Bran? Brienne hesitated. Your brother remains elsewhere. The ravens circle, yet he speaks through them rarely. Sansa shut her eyes. In childhood, that might have spelt doom. Now, she accepted Bran's distance as a tide one could neither command nor ignore. Tell Arya to return before dawn. She slipped from the walls at dusk. If she intends mischief, I want it done under daylight. Brienne bowed. Across the yard, Lord Glover and Lady Mormont argued in snarled whispers about how heavily to garrison Moat Cailin. Lyanna Mormont, small and fierce, jabbed a finger at Glover's chest, proclaiming her 50 men would hold the neck even if the Kingslayer himself marched dead at the vanguard. Sansa found grim comfort in their defiance. Defiance was a blade, and blades cut both flesh and fear. A trumpet sounded atop the eastern rampart. A single clear note, friend approaching. Sansa climbed the stair in time to see a lone rider cross the drawbridge, cloak snapping behind like a torn banner. When the rider dismounted, hearth torches caught red in his beard. Davos Seaworth bowed stiffly, exhaustion etched deep. Lady Sansa, he said, voice hoarse, I bring word from King in the north. His eyes glinted, acknowledging irony. Jon's titles were as shifting as winter squalls. He lives, but the breach is worse than feared. Eastwatch gone, castle black aflame. He asks that Winterfell muster every man, every grain sack, and ride to Moat Cailin within 10 days. He'll march to join us by then. Sansa's jaw tightened. The king asks much, because little time remains to ask anything. Davos produced a scroll, wax broken. Bran's spidery script, 2 ravens drawn in broken lines. She recognized the sigil Bran sent to signal visions. Sansa thanked Davos, escorted him to warm fires, then opened the scroll in the gods' wood beneath leafless weirwood branches. Snowflakes whispered around her. The heart tree's face wept sap thick and red as arterial blood. She traced Bran's words. Dragon turned to shadow. Wall bleeding. Dead will reach last river in 13 days. You must hold crossroads until fire arrives. Fire, she whispered. Dawnlight? Dragons? She did not know, but she believed Bran. Whether the Night King or Doom itself marched, Winterfell must by the realm 13 days. She rose, cloak swirling, and walked back to the keep. Far to the south, in the fragrant cedar guest palace outside Old Town's Honeywine gates, Samwell Tarly startled awake among scrolls scribbled with ink-smudged stars. His studies on Valyrian siege lore lay scattered across the tables, but what woke him was not the mess. Gilly stood at the threshold, baby Sam balanced on one hip, fear trembling her smile. "Ravens," she said, "for arrived at dawn. All the same message, different maester's hands." Sam's pulse hammered. He gathered the parchments. As he read, nausea swelled. Hardhome razed, Viserion undead, Eastwatch breached, Castle Black burning. The sheepskin scroll from Maester Donnerly stained by soot at the edges. Authentic. Sam turned to Archmaester Ebrose, who paced near the hearth. Old Ebrose's frown carved deeper. "If the wall is undone, the conclave must vote on withdrawal to the Reach proper. We cannot lose our manuscripts to the dead." Sam spoke before he thought. "The North cannot be abandoned." "Duty is to knowledge, Tarly," Ebrose snapped. "Knowledge that might outlast kingdoms." Sam's temper, the slow-burn furnace he seldom stoked, flared. Knowledge was meant to serve men, not bury them. Ebrose opened his mouth. Gilly stepped closer. "Sam found something," she said quietly. "In Valyrian treatises on Gustion Scaeros, Dragon Bane." Sam fumbled through papers, produced a thin wax paper tracing of an archaic glyph. A spear sheathed in obsidian filigree, called Myphas Darlos, the Nightfire Bolt, forged in the final summer of Valyria by smiths who feared their own enslaved beasts. It binds obsidian dust inside a glass tube. Strike a dragon. The impact drives dragonglass through bone, crawling frost back into flame. A weapon to freeze blood. Could, he swallowed, could kill White Dragon as it uses ice, not fire. Ebrose scoffed. Valyrian superstition. Valyrians conquered continents with superstition. Sam shot back. This treatise cites design schematics, forging notes, the or mixture. We have dragonglass. We have Maester Curtha's sandcasting kiln. If we begin now, Ebrose rubbed temples. Your plan is to resurrect a myth. Myth is all the living have, Sam answered, and time runs thin. Gilly watched him, eyes glowing with something between pride and terror. Sam looked back to Ebrose. Grant me leave to ride north. I'll take the plans myself. If Winterfell can find a smith, you think any smith will have skill? Ebrose asked gently now. The Valyrian glass furnaces burned hotter than any mortal forge. The secret to fusing obsidian to iron died when the doom came. Perhaps, or perhaps the secret merely sleeps in forgotten pages. Sam's hand trembled. If I do nothing, the dragon reaches the neck. I will not sit in a tower and watch it happen. Ebrose stared long. At last he sighed. Very well, Samwell. Take the scroll. Take horses. Gods help you if superstition fails. He turned away.
Some exhaled.
Gilly slipped baby Sam onto his shoulders, hugged his waist. Come back, she whispered. Come back or send word. He nodded against her hair, feeling the enormity of what lay ahead clench his chest like mailed fists. Yet fear could not hold him. Jon needed weapons. The realm needed miracle. And the book Sam once saw as prison now offered keys. He saddled 2 horses before noon and rode north under banners of gathering storm. Daenerys Stormborn stood upon the forecastle of her flagship Bloodstone Wind as it cut across the shivering sea's slate waves. Spray flecked her cheeks. Still she felt heat. Drogon gliding above, casting rippled shadows upon the deck. Regal wheeled further out, occasionally banking low to snap a silver-scaled tuna. Sailors cheered each catch, but fell silent when the queen did not smile. Early that morning, Drogon had screamed, a keening note of anguish she had never heard. Through their bond, she felt a missing echo. Viserion's familiar warmth snuffed to cold. Not death, something else. She had spoken the dire news to Tyrion and Missandei, then withdrawn. Now, as shoreline of Bear Island formed a dark smear to port, Ser Jorah joined her, cloak snapping. "My queen," he said, hesitating. Scout sight plume beyond the wall at Eastwatch, blue flame of unnatural hue. She nodded. "Sooner than I feared." Jorah. H lowered his voice. "If Eastwatch has fallen, the army of the dead may surge into the gift within a week. But your ships cannot reach White Harbor before the whites spread across the Bar Rolands. Then we do not sail to White Harbor." Her eyes remained fixed on the gray horizon. "We fly." She lifted one hand. Drogon banked and descended, waves hissing beneath scorched air. Daenerys turned. "Ready the tether cage. Rhaegal will carry Tyrion to Molestown where they can rally northern hearts. Drogon and I fly to Winterfell. We arrive upon fire before ice douses hope." Jorah bit his lip. "Let me ride behind you. I must ride alone." She glanced up. Drogon's red-black wings thundered overhead. "Westeros must see me dragon-crowned. They must see a queen who brings dawn." Yet her heart quaked, for she remembered how men looked at blackened ruins of King's Landing. She vowed this time her flames would not consume innocence. Her dragonfire would burn only death. She mounted in a whirl of scarlet silk and iron scales. The deck rocked as Drogon lifted. Screams of shipmen dwindled. Daenerys blinked salt spray from her lashes, gripped the saddle spikes, felt the drumming thunder of wings echo in her bones. North, north to Winterfell, north to a brother once golden, now ice-ridden. She would free Viserion or grant him peace. She did not yet know which, but she would not allow darkness to puppet her child. Night King's host forged southward with baleful purpose, an inexorable glacier grinding through forest and hillock. The spearhead whites clad in rags, tatters of watch black, furs of wildlings, advanced in eerie silence, broken only by the tinkling of ice in shattered joints. Behind strode the White Walkers, blades of crystal erupting blue flame that hissed in falling snow. Above swooped Viserion, his breath leaving arcs of frozen devastation along the foothills. Trees became statues of diamond. Streams turned to jagged glass. Life fled or perished beneath the creeping frost. Yet even monsters must reckon with land. The Lamia fords of the Milkwater narrowed into twisting ravines. There the army slowed, ranks funneled between snow-capped shoulders of basalt. 2 days lost. As whites jammed the defile, a strange echo wove through the line. Arrows, obsidian-tipped, launched from unseen perches. The dead felt no pain, but shattered skulls could not rise. Hundreds crumpled. High above, mountain goats bleated as they watched unseen rangers loose volley after volley then slip away. Jon's plan, to harry, to delay, began its grim calculus. Each hour gained above the gorge bought another 100 refugees time to reach the neck. The Night King studied the chasm from atop a ridge of broken slate. He lifted his hand. Viserion descended, perched upon a crag. No spoken words passed, but something older than speech flowed, intent. The dragon opened his maw. Pale fire struck the slopes, melting stone to slag. Avalanche roared, burying ridgeline and gorge alike. The path widened to accept the host. Hours regained. Yet as the army advanced, ever more arrows fell. Each birthed from shadows the Night King could not scorch without wasting time. He gauged whether annoyance outweighed objective and pressed on. The living played for minutes. He played for eternity. Within Winterfell's library tower, Bran Stark sagged against chilled stone, eyelids fluttering like broken shutters. Arya knelt beside him, worry etched into every tense line of her posture. When at last Bran's gaze cleared, he focused on her with ancient calm. "I saw you kill a crow," Arya murmured, recalling the shade of his eyes earlier. "But not a bird. A man sworn under oath." Bran's voice emerged brittle. "Oathbreakers sometimes wear black. And you?" She squeezed his limp fingers. "Where were you?" "Everywhere the ravens fly." He swallowed. "I watched the host cross the gorge. I watched Jon march beneath shattered night. I watched a dragon cross the sunset sea, wings lit by dawn. He blinked, and I watched the wolf's den at White Harbor prepare boats in desperate flight. Arya exhaled. What must I do? Guard Sansa. Bran's tone softened. And guard the forge, for there is coming a man with secret fire, Samwell Tarly. In his satchel lies thunder for dragons. If he dies, hope thins. Arya rose. He won't die. Bran's eyes flicked to the window. Be ready when the wind falls silent. That silence will mean Viserion draws near. His breath steals every noise before it kills. Strike then, not at the dragon but at what he protects. Bran's pupils constricted until near white. The Night King is hunting the forge at Winterfell. Not our walls, not our banners. Our ability to make dragonglass. He seeks to stop the fangs that can wound him. Arya frowned. Then let him come for the forge. We'll bury him there. 5 days later, dawn bled pale above Last River crossing. Snow-choked banks rose steep on either side. The water itself ran black under a skin of broken mirror ice. Sansa's army, 6,000 northern spears, 200 riders, 3 Warkite companies from White Harbor, arrayed in loose shield wall along the southern bank. Brienne rode the line, calling order. Lina Mormont rode a shaggy Garen, brandishing a hammer half her weight. Davos oversaw the ferry barges, loading folk across to dig stakes along the far slope. Behind everything stood the Dragonglass Forge, a makeshift open-pit furnace hauled by 40 oxen, its chimney belching sparks into falling snow. Across the field, whites gathered in ragged phalanx, first hundreds, then thousands, spilling to either horizon. Their eyes burned like fevers. They advanced without drum or horn. Above them circled Viserion, trailing ribbons of frost vapor that carved spirals across the sky. Every breath he exhaled glittered starlight. Witnessing the scale of the host sent tremors down Sansa's spine, yet she did not retreat. She recalled her mother's death, her father's fall. She felt their ghosts press steadying hands upon her shoulders. She lifted a banner, direwolf and fiery heart entwined, sigils of Stark and Targaryen bound in alliance by flame and ice. Horns blared, arrows loosed, barbed rain whistling overhead. The first ranks of dead collapsed. Whites behind clambered over twitching corpses, indifferent. Seconds later, Viserion stooped. A ray of cerulean fire lanced through the shield wall. Men within it froze mid-cry, statues of white. Brienne shouted, "Dragonglass pikes forward!" But impact shattered the statues, shards scything living companions. In that breath, Sansa's center nearly buckled. She reached for courage. It came not from memory, but from an answering roar in the west. Shadow ripped through clouds, Drogon, wings wide as castles, scales alive with reddish gold. A second roar, regal. They dove toward the river. Viserion wheeled, unleashing a canker of ice fire. Drogon snapped wings inward, barrel rolled beneath the beam, released a torrent of crimson flame. The two breaths met mid-sky, a clash of elemental titans. Where they fused, steam and crystal exploded, raining shards. Snow vaporized. Thunder shook the valley. On the ground, whites faltered for the first time, as though confusion rippled through their ranks when faced with equal power. Daenerys bent low over Drogon's neck, silver braids whipping. She signaled with a horn of dragonbone slung across her back. At that blast, the vanguard of northern archers switched arrows. White-fletched shafts dipped in pitch. The forge's stokers thrust torches into cauldrons. Archers lit their points and fired into the mass of dead. Flame blossomed, licking at ice-stiff pelts, turning whites to torches that did not scream yet toppled, limbs melting into puddles that refroze moments later. Viserion shrieked, pivoted, and exhaled a wide cone of death across the northern bank. Ice thick enough to entomb 20 men and 3 horses in a sheet of glass. The Night King, astride a skeletal stallion at the rear, lifted one hand. The frozen men twitched back to life. They shattered themselves out of their own tomb, turned spears south against former brothers. Drogon and Regal began a deadly dance, strafing, weaving to shield the line. But each pass cost them ground. Their bodies bled heat into air. Frost rimed wing edges where Viserion's breath grazed scale. Samwell Tarly, arriving the night prior with red-raw eyes and saddle sores, stood behind the forge, overseeing the Nightfire assembly. Obsidian dust, ground fine as ash, mixed with oil to slurry, packed into hollow iron bolts sealed by Valyrian glass veins. Only 10 prototypes existed. Each took hours to cool properly. Now Sam carried the first across the churned field, past wounded screaming as medics cut away frozen limbs, to where the giant scorpion from Winterfell's ramparts had been hauled by oxen. Gendry Baratheon, arms caked in soot, manned the winch. "If this fails, we're boned," he muttered. Sam placed the bolt. "Aim for the sternum if you can. The scroll says fragmentation of obsidian must reach the heart to freeze bloodfire." Gendry smirked grimly. Wasn't listening, but sternum's big target. He hauled the cord back, sweat freezing in his hair. Above, Viserion banked, Drogon on one side, Regal the other, each blasting arcs of flame that forced the ice dragon into a climbing turn. Gendry waited, breath held, until Viserion leveled off to retrieve altitude. He squinted along the line sight carved into the scorpion rig, felt the world narrow to pulse points in his fingers. "Now," Sam whispered. Gendry released. The torsion arms snapped, sending the Nightfire bolt screaming skyward, trailing sparks of multicolored glass dust. It struck Viserion just behind the breastbone. An instant of uncanny silence followed, as though the world inhaled. Then blue flame flickered from the wound, reversed, sucked inward. Lines of obsidian fissured across ice scales like spiderweb cracks. A wail of such despair erupted the river iced over anew. Viserion's engines of frost sputtered, then spat only snow. He spiraled. The Night King tugged at invisible reins, but the dragon's wings convulsed. Great slabs of scale sheared away as veins of dragonglass inside the bolt heated, melted, then refroze, fracturing bone. Viserion plunged toward the river. Daenerys urged Drogon aside. Regal banked away. Viserion struck the frozen water, smashing through into black depths below, sending up geysers of shattered ice. For a breath, nothing moved. Then the dragon's broken skull surfaced, steam curling from cracked jaws. Blue light still flickered behind dead sockets, but dimmer, as a candle near guttering. On the riverbanks, whites looked skyward as if awaiting orders. The Night King dismounted, strode onto the ice, raised his hand. The dragon twitched. Bones knitted of rime struggled to mend. Yet as they reformed, hairline fissures of obsidian flashed white heat, snapping new ice before it could fuse. The Night King hesitated, a rare confusion playing across alabaster features. Drogon roared triumph. Northern horns blared. Sansa thrust the direwolf-crowned banner forward. Infantry surged across the frozen river, hacking at stunned whites whose master's hold flickered. For one heartbeat, victory felt within grasp. But armies are not won by heartbeats alone. The Night King lowered his arm. Around him, shards of ice stirred, drawn by unseen gravity. They whirled into a halo, fusing to form a jagged spear longer than any man. He stepped atop the fractured dragon skull, frost forming a dais, drew back, and hurled the spear at Drogon. The missile cut the sky like lightning. Drogon veered. Daenerys leaned low, yet still the spear sheared along his left wing, severing membrane, driving obsidian splinters into muscle. Drogon screamed, contorting. Daenerys clung, knuckles white. The great beast listed, losing purchase in air. He crashed on the southern shore, skidding through embankments of churned snow, scattering archers. Men fled the torrent of snow and flame that erupted as Drogon thrashed. Sansa's breath froze in her throat. Across the river, Viserion struggled anew. Cracks in his chest glowed green-white. The Night King conjured a second spear. Chaos threatened to devour advantage. Then Arya Stark moved. She had lain in wait within the forge lines, face smeared with soot, a dagger of Valyrian steel tucked along forearm. She ran now across the broken ice, weaving through knots of fighting. Gendry saw her pass, a blur of gray. She vaulted a heap of dead, slid beneath the paw of a white bear half-scorched by dragonfire, and came to her feet behind the Night King precisely as he hurled that second spear. She aimed for the seam at his right knee, where joint met greave of dark ice. But the Night King's senses, honed across millennia, perceived motion as faint as breath on glass. He pivoted, his gauntlet shot forth, catching Arya's wrist mid-strike. Frost blossomed across her sleeve, climbing toward flesh. She hissed as nerves numbed, yet with her other hand she flipped the dagger downward. Her knees bent. The blade fell toward his unarmored abdomen. Ice cracked before steel touched. Bran's ravens struck like black hail, hundreds diving, wings buffeting. Arya wrenched free, dagger plunging. The Night King jerked aside. The blade scored a shallow line along pale flesh. Blood, if it was blood, oozed azure, froze on contact with air. A foot of sapphire ice erupted, flinging Arya backward. She landed hard, ribs jarring. The dagger spun away across the ice. The Night King advanced, raising a hand to unleash death. And fire answered, not dragonfire, but forge fire. Samwell Tarly, having loaded another Nightfire bolt onto a mule cart ballista abandoned by retreating sailors, triggered the release at point blank. The bolt struck the Night King square in the chest. The obsidian inside ignited. For an instant, he glowed from within, a lantern of shadows. Cracks radiated across his torso, thin at first, then widening into canyons of burning frost. He stared at Sam, not in rage nor fear but curiosity, as though pondering some unforeseen arithmetic of fate. Then he shattered, not in some deafening explosion, but in a sound like breath exhaled on a winter pane. Crystalline, soft, irrevocable. Fragments of ice rose, suspended, before cascading to the river in a tinkling rain. The crown, last to disintegrate, toppled, melted, vanished. Across the valley, whites crumpled as if strings were snipped. Those clinging to Drogon's flank dissolved to snow. Those grappling northern spears collapsed, inert. Silence heaved. A great, sobbing silence broken only by the ragged wind. Viserion's corpse slid beneath the river again, lights within extinguishing. Drogon thrashed once more, then calmed as Daenerys whispered, stroking black scales. Blood seeped from his wing, steaming. Rhaegal circled overhead, keening mournfully. On the broken ice, Arya staggered upright, chest heaving. Sam bent over, hands on knees, shaking with adrenaline and disbelief. Gendry ran to Arya, wrapped her in soot-blackened arms. She allowed the embrace briefly, then pulled away, scanning for the lost dagger. Ghost bounded across, nose down, retrieved it from under snow, and nudged it into her palm. Sansa crossed to the river, boots crunching through shards. Brienne followed close. They stared at the place where the Night King had stood. Now only a vague pattern of cracks resembling spiderwebs below the ice. "Is it over?" Sansa whispered. Sam looked up, winter sun haloing his round face. "This battle, my lady." His voice trembled. "But winter endures." He nodded toward Viserion's remains shifting beneath dark water. "And grief." They raised their eyes as Daenerys coaxed Drogon skyward, despite the torn wing. The dragon labored but climbed, circling the valley, releasing a mournful howl toward the broken horizon. Rhaegal joined, and for a breath their twin silhouettes crossed paths with the rising sun, painting the sky with promise. Men who had dropped sword and shield raised heads, mouths open in awe. Jon Snow emerged from the ranks, cloak ripped, hair crusted in rime. He met Sansa's gaze across churned white. They started toward one another, unsure whether to run or stagger. In the end, they simply collided, arms around each other, breathing the same hard-won air. Tormund laughed, great booming sound, and clapped Dolorous Ed on the back so hard it cracked Ed's breastplate. Arya tucked the dagger in her belt and watched the joined siblings, a shy smile ghosting her lips. On the river's northern bank, flames began to climb from pyres, so many pyres. The fallen living would burn. The fallen dead would burn anew. Nightfire bolts were gathered, counted, 3 used, 7 remained. Enough weapons to wound more darkness if darkness crawled from other corners. Above all, the sun shone, pale, weak but present. Light pierced drifting steam, touched shattered ice, kissed even the deepest shadows beneath leaning pines. Men lifted faces and felt its warmth, fragile as first love but real, and believed, if only for a day, that dawn could be reclaimed. Far off, unnoticed, a lone raven banked south carrying a final scrap of parchment. Bran's last warning: ice broken, but storm not ended. Remain vigilant. The bird vanished into blue sky, wings beating a rhythm older than wars. In the valley at Last River, the living set to work. They gathered wounded, quenched burning wagons, fed dragons raw ox meat, sang low songs to steady trembling hands. And those scars cut every soul. A thin current of something sweeter than victory ran among them. The knowledge that for once, in a world where good men died and monsters rose, the impossible had been undone by courage, wit, and fire drawn from stone. John stood beside Sam, hands shoved into ragged gloves. "You did it." Sam shrugged, tears and soot streaking his cheeks. Knowledge meant for dust saved us all. Who would have guessed? John clapped his shoulder, then turned, surveying soldiers melting into clusters. He knew endless tasks remained. Rebuilding the wall, tending Drogon's wound, charting the dead's march elsewhere. But those tasks belonged to tomorrow. Today they had one breath. He inhaled, filling lungs with the sharp scent of new-fallen snow and distant forge smoke. The air no longer tasted of despair. He could almost detect a hint of spring, a promise. Behind him, dragons circled, framing the sunrise with wings that glowed like embers against the morning sky. And in that glow, Jon Snow allowed himself, for one trembling heartbeat, to hope. Snow had a strange brightness that morning, as if the sun itself bled through 1,000 panes of frosted glass to kiss the world with pallid fire. Slivers of light glanced off the fallen weapons strewn across the banks of the Last River. Spear tips and shattered shields looked like half-buried constellations, hinting that even the wreckage of war might map a path through darkness. Jon Snow walked among those constellations slow and deliberate, each boot crunching thin crusts of ice that had formed during the brief hours of respite. He paused whenever he passed a corpse, kneeling to close a pair of staring eyes or to unwind stiff fingers from a frozen sword hilt. He had ordered pyres for every fallen brother and wildling alike, yet there were more bodies than wood, more duty than daylight. Until the living could gather boughs from distant groves, the dead would lie beneath the sky they had defended, cloaked by snow, and an honor guard of mourning ravens perched along the splintered palisade. Ghost trotted ahead, muzzle lowered, occasionally nudging a motionless form to test if breath still clung to it. When the dire wolf sensed no life, he would lift pale eyes to Jon and huff, a soft exhale that seemed almost apologetic. At each of these sighs, Jon felt a smaller piece of his resolve splinter away. Yet still he rose, moved on, found the next body, because grief left unmeasured soon rots into despair. Measure it, he told himself. Count every cost so that the realm never again pays the price blind. Near the river's center span, a ragged canopy had been lashed between 2 half-collapsed wagons to form a shelter for the gravely wounded. Melting snow dripped from the canvas with slow, metronomic taps. Underneath, Maester Wolkan and Samwell Tarly worked side by side. Wolkan's hands, fragile as birch twigs, guided a bone needle through flesh while Sam pressed a tight-packed poultice of moss, honey, and powdered dragonglass against the wound. The moss darkened, absorbing blood, yet the blue veins in the gash receded, the first evidence that obsidian might hinder the creeping chill left by white claws. Jon crouched beside them. How many can be saved? Maester Wolkan finished a stitch and tied it off with a tremor-ridden knot. With dragonfire and clean cuts, more than I once dared hope. But many are beyond us. Frostbite claimed fingers and toes during the march. I have already taken 6 limbs this dawn, and twilight is far yet. Sam wiped his brow with a sleeve caked in rust-colored stains. The nightfire shards lodged under the skin caused fever. We need more river water boiled, more clay pots for sterilizing blades, and... His voice caught when he met Jon's eyes. And Longclaw, he finished quietly, as if the absence were a fresh wound. If it can be found. Jon nodded. I mean to search the battlefield while the sun stays. A ranger found fragments of Valyrian steel near the northern shore. Perhaps the ice has preserved what I lost. Sam glanced sideways toward the collapsed ice where Viserion had plunged. A jagged hole in the frozen river still steamed faintly. Take care you do not break through. The current is vicious under the crust, and many bodies drift there already. I'll tread light, Jon promised, though he suspected the gods would decide whether ice held or cracked. He turned to leave but paused when Wolkan spoke again. My lord, we have begun burning the White's remains with pitch and dragonglass filings, yet some still twitch even after flame. It may be prudent to scatter the ashes into flowing water. Do it, Jon said. Let no shard of the Night King linger. He left them to their work, mind already turning over new burdens. Across the encampment, the dragonglass forge smoldered within its iron cradle. The bellows wheezed under 4 apprentices' feet as they pumped rhythm into the furnace. Gendry stood there shirtless despite the cold, arms shining with sweat and streaks of charcoal. He poured obsidian slurry into a clay mold resembling an arrow's broadhead, muttering numbers under his breath to time the cooling cycle. Every few moments he glanced at a scrap of parchment pinned to a post, Sam's neat glyphs detailing the Horatios that birthed Nightfire. The parchment had grown so stained by ash it seemed already ancient, yet it had become a relic around which hope coalesced. Anvils rang steady as hammers shaped blade after blade. The sound cut through the hush of morning like a heartbeat that refused surrender. Jon found Sansa near the river ford, where a council of northern lords had formed a ragged circle. She stood at its center with Lyanna Mormont and Lord Glover flanking her, their fur-lined cloaks whipping in gusts that carried the sulfur sting of dragonfire. Sansa's red hair escaped her hood, wind-tangled yet regal. She addressed the gathered voices not like a sister or daughter, but like the Lady of Winterfell reborn beneath scar tissue and steel. Every bannerman must pledge 1/3 of remaining stores to a communal cache, she told them. If crops fail, those who hoarded grain will watch loved ones starve. That will not happen in this alliance. I expect full tallies by dusk. Lord Glover scowled. Our granaries barely survived last harvest. The men of Deepwood might have families too. So do the fishermen of White Harbor, Sansa said. And they lost half their larders to frost while you still salted cod. Lyanna Mormont's voice cut through like a whetted axe. Grain in your barn does no one good if your throat fills with ice. Feed the realm now, or the realm will feed on your memory later. Some laughed at the sheer ferocity of a girl no taller than their shields, but the laughter died quick under Sansa's gaze. Glover muttered assent. Others followed, nodding. Jon admired her from the circle's edge, a commander without armor, yet unflinching as any knight. She noticed him. The council dissolved, lords scattering to tasks. Sansa drew Jon aside behind a half-felled pine where wind hissed through needles like distant surf. You should rest, she said. You haven't closed your eyes since the dragon fell. Rest comes later, Jon answered, brushing snow from his pauldrons. How goes the count? 500 able-bodied left, Sansa said. Maybe 6 counting the wounded who can still hold a spear by week's end. Supplies for 4 days if rationed. And Winterfell sends word. Davos reports a shipment of oats on the White Knife, but ice flows block passage. Jon absorbed the grim calculus. Any sign of the remaining White Walkers? When the Night King shattered, I had thought, they might crumble too. Bran says not all titles end with one bearer, she replied. If lieutenants yet stand, they may fight for his mantle or retreat to gather power anew. Either path leaves us little peace. Jon exhaled. Where is Bran now? Dwelling in Weirwood roots again, Sansa said softly. His ravens circle twins and moat Kaelin. He searches for loose threads in the dead's tapestry. Jon's thoughts flicked to Longclaw again, to Bran's cryptic hints that steel remembers blood. He turned toward the river. There is something I must recover. I know, Sansa said. If you go onto the ice, take rope, and let someone follow at distance. I'll bring Ghost, he promised. He wanted to say more, to tell her how strength could fracture under the weight of so many deaths, how seeing her stand unbowed lent him courage, but words choked in his throat as if humility clogged the passage. Instead, he squeezed her hand once, briefly, then strode away. Daenerys stood beneath a canvas awning pitched beside Drogon. Snowflakes hissed to steam on the dragon's wounded wing where Maester Wolkan's salve smoked inside the torn membrane. Drogon's amber eye tracked every motion, but pain had dulled his belligerence. Rhaegal perched nearby on a rocky hump, wings half unfurled, as though shielding his brother from wind. The rhythmic rise and fall of their chests reassured Daenerys more than any maester's words. Her children lived. Injured, yes. Ground-bound for days, certainly, but alive. Ser Jorah returned from his patrol, beard stiff with rime. "Queen," he began, but she cut him off with a raised palm. She was not in the mood for titles or ceremony after nearly losing Drogon. He offered a rolled map. Bloodied fingerprints smudged one edge. Scouts traced the retreat of the White Host north-northwest. Those that remained animate collapsed within a mile of the riverbank when the Night King shattered, but many bodies were later dragged away by White Walkers on elk mounts. So they still command remnants. She studied the map, noting dotted paths retreating into foothills. How many? At most 100 walkers, Jorah said. Perhaps double if some still linger unseen. 100 is enough to raise a new army if corpses lie ready. Her gaze sharpened. We cannot give them time. The Dothraki would ride, but horses flounder in snow deeper than fetlock. The unsullied march steady but slow. Jorah cleared his throat. There is another option. The Skagosi raiders south of Skagos keep sail down the coast this season seeking trade. Their longships can navigate shallows the royal fleet cannot. If persuaded, they might ferry unsullied behind walker lines for a strike at dusk. Persuaded? Daenerys repeated, tasting the word as if it were salt. Skagosi are traitorous knives in the dark. They do nothing without payment. Payment exists. Jorah nodded toward the forge. Dragonglass yields coin beyond measure now. She considered. See to it. Offer them shards enough to plate every spear if they'll carry unsullied night and day. And swear by every god of sea and storm that if they betray us, they will burn. Jorah bowed. She placed a hand on Drogon's forelimb. The beast rumbled, a sound like distant thunder rolling across canyons, but his muscles slackened under her palm. Rest, she whispered in high Valyrian. Rest, my son. Your fire yet lights this world. She wondered then where Viserion's remnants drifted beneath the ice. Her bright cream and gold child twisted into a creature of bitter frost. Part of her longed to dive into that dark river, cradle his fractured skull, cry until the water carried her tears to some mythical warmer shore. But a queen's tears were a luxury of peace, and peace remained a dream as fragile as the hoarfrost lacing Drogon's wounded wing. Emotion at her periphery drew her from grief. Tyrion approached, hobbling slightly after days in saddle. He gestured to the forge. Your northern smiths work faster than any Myrish foundry I've funded, and with fewer thumbs lost to hammers. Remarkable. So is the cost, Daenerys said. Iron, obsidian, coal. They vanish faster than whites. Better that than the alternative, Tyrion mused. Gendry claims he can double output if he hijacks the bellows from 2 supply wagons. Might I authorize everything short of dismantling Drogon, she said. Tyrion gave a grim smile. That would render the wagons safer anyway. Wheels freeze solid this far north. They fell into companionable silence until Tyrion spoke again. Lo, I read Bran's missive. He believes some walkers escaped east across the Skirling Pass, perhaps toward the fist of the First Men. If they raise the Cairnfield dead, 5,000 fresh corpses join their cause. They won't get that far, Daenerys answered, but conviction wavered. She inhaled icy air. Still, we must prepare Winterfell to withstand siege in case our hunt fails. And if Drogon cannot fly, that fortress becomes our last bastion. Winterfell stands, Tyrion said, because Starks do. He looked across the field where Jon knelt in snow, chopping at ice with a pickaxe, Ghost pacing circles. And one Stark hunts his sword like a single star to navigate by. Daenerys followed Tyrion's gaze, eyes softening. A sword forged in dragonfire, lost to ice. Fitting in this war. Jon walked onto the frozen river with rope girded round his waist. The other end knotted to a pine trunk where Tormund kept watch. The ice groaned under each step. Hairline cracks spidered beneath the crust, tracing delicate fractals across opaque blue. He advanced toward the point where he had seen the Mormont pommel last night, a glint beneath the topmost layer. Now the light of afternoon refracted differently. He scanned until he spotted a darker shape frozen half a foot below, just beyond Viserion's gaping entry hole. He knelt, gloves scraping frost, and used a hand axe to chip carefully at successive layers. Shards flaked away, slicing wind to glitter. With each strike, the river answered with a dull thrum that vibrated through his bones. At length the steel emerged, aged silver glimmering with imprisoned bars of turquoise frost. He cracked away more ice until the blades fuller showed, rippled with folded patterns. When enough surface cleared, he wedged fingers under the hilt, braced boot heels, and heaved. The ice resisted, suction strong as time itself, but Longclaw slid free with a sucking gasp. Jon stumbled back and held the sword high, water sheeting off edge and pommel. The direwolf's white stone eyes glimmered as if pleased to see daylight again. Ancient steel shivered in the wind, then steadied, as if remembering its purpose. A deep crack snapped behind him. Jon spun as a fissure split the ice near Viserion's hole, widening in a crescent. He darted away but too late. A slab the size of a feast table tilted, calved off, and toppled into the black water, tipping Jon after it. He flung Longclaw onto firm ice and clawed for purchase, fingers slashing at slick surface. Ghost lunged, teeth fastening into the rope, jerking it taut. Tormund roared as he hauled from shore. Jon plunged waist-deep, the shock searing like molten lead poured into veins. But the rope held. Ghost pulled, Tormund pulled, and Jon scrambled onto solid ground, gasping. Water streamed from cloak and greaves, freezing before it hit the ice. He lay a moment staring at gray sky, lungs aching. Ghost planted paws on his chest, licking water from his beard, whining. Jon laughed, ragged, incredulous, and hugged the direwolf's neck. Beyond them, Viserion's icy tomb belched a single bubble as if the remnants of shadow exhaled. Jon chose not to interpret the omen. He retrieved Longclaw, kissed the direwolf pommel, then trudged to shore. Tormund met him with a grin. Bloody fool. Perhaps, Jon said, teeth chattering, but a fool with his sword. They returned to camp where Sansa personally wrapped him in bearskin and scolded him in a tone reminiscent of their mother. Jon bore it gladly. A Stark could endure northern cold. What threatened life was the chill of losing purpose, and Longclaw in hand warmed his soul more than any hearth. That night, Winterfell's Raven Tower received Bran's message. White Walkers consolidating at the ruins of the Night Fort, raising skeletons of long-dead criminals lost in its oubliettes. Sansa summoned council before dawn. Jon sat beside her still damp from river, hair steaming. Daenerys attended, Yora at her shoulder, Tyrion sipping mulled wine. Brienne and Gendry stood behind benches piled with hastily drawn maps. The Night Fort, Jon murmured. A week's march through twisting tunnels if they stay underground. Or 3 days over the Ragged Pass, Brienne added. But the pass narrows, cavalry would struggle. Daenerys traced a finger along the map. If unsullied strike from Skagosi boats behind their lines while our infantry pushes northeast, we pinch the walkers between hammer and anvil. Without Viserion, they lack air advantage. They still control winter, Tyrion said. Blizzards follow them like hounds. Anvil may freeze before hammer strikes. Sansa rapped knuckles on table. Then we build fires large enough to thaw steel. We transport pitch in sealed flagons. We carry torches soaked in whale oil from White Harbor. Her voice rose above murmurs. The walkers broke our wall. We break their shadow. John's heart swelled pride. He leaned forward. Gendry, how many Nightfire bolts by sunrise? Gendry rubbed his soot-blackened arms. 200 if bellows hold. Make 45, John said. Every additional bolt buys a heartbeat.
Ser Horakovt Pelaitli.
I rode to the Skagosi raiders. They will ferry 200 unsullied, but only if we supply them with 10 crates dragonglass and swear safe conduct past Deepwood Mott. Lina Mormont snorted. Skagosi wanting safe conduct south of my hold? They'd freeze stones off Ironborn before I guarantee their hides. Guarantee them, Sansa said, but send a company to escort. Any treachery, cut their oars and strand them mid-bay. Lina grinned. Now that I like. Agreement swept the table, swift as January wind. Plans sharpened. Supply trains to Moat Cailin, signal fires to coordinate strikes, ravens to Princess Shireen's mariners at White Harbor for tar casks. When final candles guttered low, the council dispersed. John lingered, tracing a line on the map with thumb. Daenerys approached. You almost joined Viserion beneath the ice. John looked up. I would swim any river for a sword that defends the living. Yours included. She studied him, lashes casting crescent shadows on her cheeks. My dragon stands because of your swordcraft and because Sam's lore forged fangs for mortals. She placed a hand over John's, still hovering above the Night Fort's mark. We march together, but if winter seeks to steal your life again, remember you are not alone along that riverbank. He squeezed her hand once. And you are not alone against shadows wearing your child's face. They parted without further words, yet some new thread bound them, woven of ice's fragility and fire's recklessness. 2 nights later, the moon bowed behind veils of cloud as the vanguard departed camp. John rode first, ghost padding at his stirrup. Behind him tramped a line of wildlings carrying dragonglass pikes glittering with frost. Unsullied marched in perfect cadence, their helms dusted white, eyes fixed forward. Dothraki scouts fanned ahead, kukris strapped to backs, riding shaggy northern garrons that snorted steam. Above all, the aurora shimmered faint green ribbons across the sky, as though the ghosts of Valyria clothed themselves in color to witness a war their folly had birthed. Sansa remained at the last river with half the northern force, charged with fortifying the crossroads. Daenerys flew short circuits on Regal, the lighter dragon now hale enough to carry her, while Drogon remained grounded, wing-bandaged, yet still threatening any who approached with a low rumble. Tyrion oversaw supply wagons rolling south to Winterfell, and Sam rode among scribes cataloging every shard forged, every arrow fletched, every loaf baked, knowing logistics could decide fates where swords could not. The column advanced over snow plains where once small farms dotted the landscape. Now only charred husks marked where whites had passed. At each ruin John halted, posting torches to burn any corpses left in root cellars. He recognized a child's rag doll near a fence and pocketed it, intending to give it a burial of sorts when time allowed. On the second day, scouts returned with news. Walkers had indeed reached the Night Fort. Fires visible through arrow slits flickered blue, not orange, a telltale shimmer of unnatural cold. But their ranks seemed disorganized, their numbers fragmented. John called halt at dusk behind a line of barrow hills crowned with ancient cairns. The wind carried faint clatter, perhaps icicles striking stone or bones unsettled by arrhythmic command. He conferred with Grey Worm, Ser Yora, and Tormund by the glow of a shielded lantern. We attack within the hour, John said. Unsullied on Skagosi boats should land at the northern root cellar by first torch. Grey Worm inclined his head. Blades ready. Tormund thumbed a new double-headed axe forged of dragonglass set in weirwood. I'll lead free folk through the breach Bran described. Those tunnels reek of ghosts. Yora mapped paths for flanking riders. If we collapse the northeast gate after Unsullied slip inside, we trap walkers between John's hammer and the boat's anvil. John steadied Longclaw against his knee. Remember, Walkers die when Valyrian steel or dragonglass pierces heart. Aim true. The men dispersed to ready troops. Jon stood alone for a breath and gazed toward the night fort looming beyond dark firs. Tales from his boyhood whispered of its weeping kitchen hearth and rats with human faces. Yet now the fortress must weep ice instead of blood. He inhaled the metallic tang of cold and prayed to gods old and new. Grant him endurance to free the north from this second horror that had slithered behind the world's spine. A soft crunch signaled Val's approach. The spearwife held out a bundle new-forged throwing knives shaped like black, glittering fong. Take these, she said. For when Longclaw's reach falters. Jon accepted. Your children, safe with Sansa, though one already tries to gnaw dragonglass like teething meat. She offered a small smile. He'll grow strong in this new dawn, if we pull the sun above horizon. Jon clasped her wrist. We will. Hours later, clouds scudded across a moonless sky, cloaking the night fort in gloom. Jon crouched behind a toppled rampart stone as wind scraped powder snow along the battlements. Below, the outer yard lay eerily still, no torches, no sentries. Yet frost coated every surface, silver under starlight. He signaled Grey Worm. The Unsullied advanced, silent as breath held. Shields of black-painted pine shrugged off drifts as they slid forward. At the far side of the yard, a circular well gaped like a wound through which legend said the rat cook once served a murdered prince baked into pie. Bran's ravens claimed tunnels beneath that well had collapsed centuries ago. Yet fragments remained, enough for a cunning walker to hide. Grey Worm directed 3 detachments to encircle it. Sudden motion. A figure emerged from the archway, tall, antler-crowned with ice. A walker lieutenant. In his hands a sword of pale crystal smoked white mist. He moved with predator grace yet uncertain footing, as if the loss of his king left his senses misaligned. Unsullied raised spears. The walker advanced, slicing the first shaft in 2. The spearman fell, but Grey Worm darted inside guard, plunged a dragonglass dagger beneath the creature's breastplate. The walker shrieked, tone like steel skidding on glass, then fractured, shards fanning outward, ice dust drifting to ground. The Unsullied stepped back, formation unbroken. Jon glimpsed awe in their eyes, though discipline masked it. The death cry echoed through vaulting corridors, triggering tremors.
Snoladen timbers grond.
From the main hall spilled shapes. 5 more walkers, each leading a knot of rising corpses scavenged from night fort crypts. These undead were different. Gaunt friars in mold-rotted robes, sinners once immured alive. Their jaws lolled open, yet instead of silent hunger they keened mournful hymns, mouths expelling vapor as black as soot. The sound unsettled even Ghost, who lowered ears. Jon flung the knives Val had given him. One buried in a walker's neck. The creature convulsed, stumbled. Unsullied spears finished it. Another knife shattered against crystal armor. Jon leapt from rampart, rolling, long claw flashing moonlight. He thrust upward, splitting a walker's jaw. Frost exploded in a cloud. The hymns faltered. Tormund's free folk charged through a side breach, howling. They hacked whites apart with dragonglass axes. Somewhere Yora's riders clashed with more whites at the stables, shouts muffled by wind. Yet Jon sensed shifting tide. Walkers fell but still commanded enough corpses to bog every spear, every axe. And with each walker slain, crypt doors crashed open, disgorging more half-mummified remains. Through this chaos, one figure stalked. A walker taller than the rest, armor traced with filigree of sapphire. Eyes glowed deep violet. Not the clean blue of the Night King, but darker, bruised hues swirling at the edges. Carried no blade. Instead it held a staff crowned with a shard carved like a serpent swallowing its tail. Jon knew, without knowing how, that this being differed, that some alien will had found anchor after the Night King's fall, weaving new hierarchies among the dead. The walker lifted its staff. The hymns ceased. Whites halted mid-strike. A wave of frigid pressure rippled across the yard, extinguishing lanterns. Snow lifted in swirling columns. A new song rose. One note, dark and resonant, thrumming Jon's ribs like a plucked bowstring. He advanced. "I have no crown to shatter, but still a blade," he called, though breath plumed white. The tall walker tilted its head, curious. Its staff carved a sigil into the air, lines of frost that lingered luminous. Jon felt Longclaw vibrate, metal singing faint. He lunged. The walker countered with unnatural speed, staff intercepting blade mid-arc. At contact, obsidian fractals spidered along Longclaw's edge, threatening to crack. Jon twisted, kicked snow to blind the creature. It retreated a step, cloak swirling. Unsullied closed ranks around them, but the staff flicked. A wall of ice erupted, splitting yard from rampart. Jon realized this duel must end quickly, else the creature wield sorcery to fell whole companies. He feinted left, rolled beneath another swipe. He slashed at the walker's knee. The staff caught, deflected. The second feint drew the creature's arm high. Jon reversed grip, stabbed upward under the armpit where armor segments met. Longclaw bit deep. A sound like glass under forge heat echoed. Cracks raced across the walker's torso. Yet the creature did not shatter. It seized Jon's wrist with a grip cold enough to sear. Its eyes flared violet. Jon sensed memory flood him. Visions of forests older than men, stars beyond counting, children of the forest weaving ice into living flesh. He saw himself through the creature's gaze, a flicker of warmth doomed to fade, and behind that contempt, deeper longing, to remake all blood quiet. Ghost barreled in, jaws clamping onto the walker's calf. Obsidian fangs pierced. The creature shrieked, "Release Jon." In that instant, Jon drove Longclaw through the staff space. Steel met crystal, parted it. The staff broke, and with it the sigil in the air winked out. The walker teetered. Light within its eyes sputtered. Jon yanked blade free and swept it across the creature's neck. This time, the body burst apart in a thunderclap of ice fragments that felled whites in a 10-yard radius. The hymn cut mid-note. Silence crashed over the citadel. Across the yard, Unsullied found whites collapsing. Free folk hooted victory. Jon knelt to Ghost, checking paws for frostbite. The dire wolf shook snow from fur, tail wagging slow, then trotted off to inspect other foes. Grey Worm approached, helm under arm. Is it finished? Jon scanned battlements. For this night, they found Yora seated against a pillar, sword resting across knees, panting. Stable clear, he said. Few whites left within granary. Unsullied sorting. As dawn bruised the east, they torched every walker shard with pitch. When crystal met flame, it shrieked as if alive, curling into black slag that steamed foul. Unsullied piled white remains 3 bodies high and set them alight. Smoke trailed skyward, heavy with grief but possible redemption. Jon stood upon the night fort's outer wall, watching sunrise spread gold across snow valleys. The light touched smoldering pyres, kissed Longclaw's edge clean. He sensed the realm exhale again, but not yet rest. Shadows remained beyond mountains, and stories whispered that winter's heart held layers within layers. Yet each victory carved a foothold. Each dawn extended the ladder by one rung. Daenerys landed regal on the courtyard rubble, leapt down, cloak whipping. She strode up the wall stair to Jon. Behind her, rhyme glittered in braids. They faced the light together. "We bleed, we burn," she murmured, voice hoarse. "Yet still we wake to morning." Jon inclined head. "Until we do not." She looked at him, eyes catching sunrise. "Then let morning stretch beyond horizon." Below, soldiers cheered as the last corpse fire roared. Ravens broke theater of smoke, winging south, carrying news of a night's triumph to those who waited with fragile hope. Where their shadows passed over ruined ramparts, frost melted in swirling eddies, leaving bare stone to warm beneath emergent sun. In that fragile warmth, Jon Snow lifted Longclaw high. Steel flared bright, reflecting daylight onto faces upturned below. And though none could know how many battles yet awaited, in that moment the living tasted victory's rare sweetness. Proof that ice could bleed, shadows could shatter, and dawn, once earned, might blaze long if men and women dared keep marching toward its promise. The sky over the night fort eased from bruised indigo to faded pewter, and a silence of exhausted stars lingered long after first light touched the jagged towers. Jon Snow stood on the western parapet while dawn unstitched the velvet night, examining every gray-white seam as though scouring ice for omens. The previous evening's victory still rang in his bones, but its echo carried a warning. Battles won at such cost breed more peril than complacency. He flexed cold, stiff fingers around Longclaw's hilt, reassuring himself the sword still hummed with the memory of cutting through the tall walker whose violet eyes had shone with a nameless, clutching sorrow. Below, the yard resembled a half-mended tapestry. Burned corpses, charred timbers, shattered arrow shafts, yet interwoven with fresh dragon-glass stakes, tents of patched sailcloth, and rows of newly kindled braziers whose flames licked the stone's orange gold. Unsullied patrolled the outer wall in rotating pairs, their rhythmic march a heartbeat of resolve. Wildlings hauled wagon loads of dark earth to cover ice where sorcery had seeped. They insisted burial mounds trapped lingering frost magic beneath living soil. In the granary, Gendry's apprentices stoked kills to churn out more nightfire arrowheads, bellows wheezing like bellies of iron wolves. Even wounded soldiers limped about, turning spears into tent poles or splicing snapped bowstrings, because stillness coursed too near despair. Ghost prowled among them, a living banner of bright fur. Wherever he paused, men nodded as though reassured that the old gods were watching. Jon's gaze tracked the direwolf's progress until his eyes met Arya's on the opposite battlement. She balanced atop a crenel, one knee up, sharpening the Valyrian dagger against a strip of leather. When their gazes locked, she offered a silent lift of the blade, an unspoken vow that its edge remained ready, and then returned to honing. A rapid crunch of boots on hoarfrost announced Sam's arrival. He puffed white clouds, cradling a bundle wrapped in singed wool. "You're impossible to track since sunrise," he said, presenting the bundle. "But I thought you'd like this sooner than later." Jon peeled back the cloth to reveal a new scabbard, black elk hide embossed with the stark direwolf flanked by a three-headed dragon. Tiny flecks of dragonglass dust glittered inside the stamped leather grooves. "Gendry's work. And mine too," Sam said, cheeks reddening in pride or cold. Dragonglass filings set into resin along the edge channel. If ever a white's grip closes around the blade, frost should loosen. Jon fastened it to his belt, sliding Longclaw home. "Thank you." Sam looked beyond the wall where a pale line of vapor hugged distant treetops. Bran's ravens circled at dawn. They spied more walkers on the march north of the then lands. 4 columns, each led by a lieutenant bearing a shard staff like the one you shattered. Jon's jaw tightened. So the tall one was no last remnant, just first among replacements. "Exactly," Sam sighed. "Bran says the forest itself trembles around them. The magic tied to the weirwoods responds like a wounded limb." He passed over a sheaf of parchment, edges crisp with frost. Archmaester Ibroz transcribed half-forgotten verses on the forging of icebound weapons. "I'll show Gendry. He thinks we can coax Nightfire into ballista bolts large enough to puncture mammoth hide." Jon scanned the spidery text.
Métallurgie, dragon forge temps, obsidian foam.
Half incomprehensible to him, yet hope glinted between every line. "Good," he said. "We'll need them if mammoths join the dead."
Sam hesitated.
"There's more." Ibroz research hints at a binding ritual, shroud of the hearth flame. It claims dragonglass dust steeped in king's blood can chain a white's will to a living master. No proof, only speculation, and no, Jon cut in. "We won't twist corpses into thralls. We fight so life stays free." Sam exhaled relief. "I thought as much." Jon turned to the horizon. A gust lifted strands of his hair, stinging his cheeks. "See to the forges, Sam. Have Gendry test those larger bolts before midday. Solid timber shafts, triple-fletched." He clapped Sam's shoulder, then strode down the stair. Inside the vast shadowed vault of the Night Fort's kitchens, Daenerys knelt beside Drogon's bandaged wing. She whispered in Valyrian, feeding him slivers of roasted stag that still steamed. Each movement of her hand looked deliberate, ceremonial, as if healing were a rite that demanded reverence. Drogon's nostrils flared, accepting the meat with predatory gentleness. A low rumble vibrated the flagstones, shaking loose dust from beams above. Ser Jorah emerged from a side corridor, wiping blade oil from gauntlets. "The Skagosi returned," he said. "They ferried every Unsullied ashore and swear they'll haul more when ice thins." She rose, brushing ash from her fingers. "And in exchange, 10 crates of dragonglass and safe harbor in Deepwood Motte?" "Aye," Lady Glover agreed reluctantly. She made them bend knee to House Stark's cause. Daenerys allowed herself a thin smile. Stark hospitality is stern but just. Her gaze drifted to Drogon, whose eyes glittered amber in the gloom. "How many days until he flies free?" "Wolken says the membrane knits faster than expected. A week, perhaps less." Regal grows restless guarding him. He circled the battlements thrice before dawn. Daenerys' shoulders relaxed minutely. "When they both rise together, the dead will feel dawn's heat." She nodded toward the courtyard archway. "Tyrion awaits in the war room." "Come." The war room had once been the Night Fort's feasting hall. Now it thrummed with new purpose. A long table of cracked oak bore a scrawled map of the true north. Silver pins marked Walker columns, red ones the Living's garrisons, obsidian shards indicating caches of dragonglass. Sansa, Brienne, Grey Worm, Tyrion, Gendry, and Lyanna Mormont conferred over updated troop counts, the hiss of Gendry's quill racing along parchment. Jon entered, nodding to each. He addressed Sansa first. "How many refugees reached the last river after we marched?" 600 souls by sunset yesterday," she replied, "including Lord Serwyn's small folk and what remains of House Hornwood's levy. They bring scant supplies but hardy cattle." Lyanna huffed. "Cattle feed men. Men feed war." Gendry tapped the map. "With new steel, we can arm the refugees. Half are tradesmen, smiths, tanners, fletchers. They'll strengthen Winterfell's workshops." Tyrion twirled a wine-stained quill. "We must decide where to make our stand when the next host arrives. Winterfell's walls are stout, but open ground north still offers easier maneuver for dragons, once both can fly." Jon shook his head. "We don't wait behind walls. If 4 Walker columns gather corpses, they'll snowball into armies large as the Night King's First Legion. We strike them in the wilds before they coalesce." Sansa scanned new Raven reports. 2 columns skirt the Gloomway, likely heading east to the Shivering Shore. The other 2 push into the Frostfangs. "If we split forces, we risk defeat piecemeal." Brienne cleared her throat. "We could employ stagger tactics. Harass, retreat, bleed them slow. Wolves know the forest. Free folk know mountain passes." Grey Worm's calm voice rose. "Unsullied do not harry. We hold line." Jorah entered with a sheaf of new scrolls. "Queen, Lord Snow," he began. Scouts cited a massive necrotic convocation at the Valley of Frozen Tears. Perhaps 10,000 corpses forming ranks like a fledgling legion. A figure clad in bone-white mail commanded them. Taller than a man but smaller than the Night King. Its helm bore stag antlers of ice. A hush swallowed the room. Lyanna's fists clenched. "Stag horns," she muttered. "An abomination wearing the sigil of my people's prey." Tyrion frowned. A new monarch of frost, then. Something stepping into the void left by the Night King. Sansa spoke low. "We cut its crown away before it grows roots." Jon nodded. "We march on the valley before dusk." Daenerys met his gaze. "Regal and I will burn their flank. Drogon needs 3 more sunrises. Until then, we fly cautious." Jon laid out assignments. Tormund's free folk flank from the ridges. Arya leads a shadow band through forgotten smugglers' tunnels to sabotage Walker supply pits. Icy chasms storing corpses like grain. Sam rides with Gendry, bringing the new Nightfire ballista for vantage on the Overlook cliffs. Grey Worm takes Unsullied Phalanx center, shield wall anchored by northern levies. Brienne commands rear guard, protecting archers and maesters. Tyrion scribbled orders, sealing them with wax-stamped dragon-wolf crest. We hold council again midday, then ride. Mid-morning found Arya Stark sliding through a fissure beneath the Night Fort's west wall. Narrow as a coffin's lid, the crawl hole descended into roots and fractured granite, damp with unseen seepage. For handpicked scouts tailed her. 2 silent free folk sisters named Scotty and Runa, plus a Night's Watch ranger called Hobble Ben, so nicknamed for his half-healed leg wound, and a wiry former king's landing cut purse who answered to Shittle, a sobriquet he embraced with shrugs and shrugs alone. Each carried twin daggers of dragonglass and wore gray cloaks dusted with powdered ash to blur outlines amid snow. They traveled under pine canopies, away from the main host's column. Arya kept them to narrow game trails and along rocky streambeds where footprints vanished under trickles of water. By noon, they reached the wind-blown ridge, a serrated drumlin overlooking the Valley of Frozen Tears. The valley earned its name from thousands of icicles hanging like weeping stalactites from basalt ribs. They flattened behind a rotted log, studying the scene below. Whites milled in disciplined blocks 200 wide, each row chained at the wrist by ice loops to prevent flight if struck. Walker lieutenants patrolled the ranks, eyes glowing azure or violet, depending on whichever source of magic had birthed them. At the valley's center rose a dais carved from black ice. Upon it stood the antlered walker Yora described. It held no weapon but leant on a scepter of jagged frost spines, each tip dripping thin streamers of mist. Surrounding the dais, 8 immense pits ringed by wooden scaffolds. Cranes of bone hoisted corpses wrapped in bleached shrouds and lowered them into the shafts where some unseen alchemy revived them. Shittle whistled low. Looks like a butcher's larder. Arya's pulse beat measured beats. Our job. Collapse the pits, scatter the stock. Hobble Ben grimaced. Those cranes stand thrice a man tall, bound with rawhide thicker than my arm. Cut the lashings, stones roll, pits choke, she said. Fire the scaffolds. Dragonglass stakes the lieutenants while chaos brews. Scotty nodded. Runa tapped a pouch of black powder she'd mixed from Sam's obsidian dust and pine resin. A spark-hungry concoction. Ash-kissed fire, she whispered. Flames burn blue. Won't spotlight us until too late. Arya traced paths with her dagger tip in the snow, arrows pointing to each pit, cross marks for vantage. She assigned roles. Scotty and Runa circle north to torch 2 eastmost pits. Ben covers with crossbow shards. Shittle sabotages cranes on the western flank. Arya herself aims for the scepter bearer. Shittle arched brow. You mean to duel the antlered devil while pits burn? If I cut off the head, the body stumbles, she answered. Any who disagree may stay behind. No one disagreed. They separated, merging with drifts as flurries began. Arya slid down a shale embankment, landing behind a cluster of frost-stiff boulders. She waited until whites trundled past, chains clinking like disharmonious wind chimes, then crawled. She pictured Bran's counsel before departing. Strike at what the walker protects. The scepter glimmered with runes, as though carved from some older artifact. Maybe the root of walker sorcery now that the Night King's ice crown lay shattered. Break the scepter, break command, Bran had insisted. From behind the dais, Arya glimpsed the antlered walker's height, at least 8 feet. Its face lacked features. Instead, a blank plane of ice reflected warped images of the valley. She crouched behind the scaffolding, counting breaths. When the walker raised its scepter to signal a white column forward, she bolted. Snow barely muffled her gait, yet whites trapped in shackles could not pivot quickly. She reached the dais as Scotty's firebomb lit the far pit. Blue flame whooshed upward, folding under sleet but catching shroud cloth. Screeches rose, not from whites. They made no sound but from startled walkers. Chains rattled, some snapping. The host shuddered like a hive disturbed. The antlered walker whirled, mist curling from horns. Arya hurled a dragonglass knife. It deflected off an invisible wall of frost, skittering away. The walker thrust down with the scepter. A pillar of ice erupted in her path. She darted right, ascended a ramp beam, silent as a cat. Another pit ignited to west. Shittle had succeeded. Ash-kissed flames painted the valley indigo. Arya sprang from the beam, flipping over a white shackle to its fellows. She landed on the dais. The walker swung the scepter laterally. She ducked, rolled, slashing at slender ankles. Her dragonglass dagger glanced off armor fused to flesh. She felt reverberation rattle wrist bones. The walker stabbed. She leapt onto its forearm, sprinted up the length like a narrow bridge until perched upon shoulder ridge. She plunged the blade into the base of an antler. Frost cracked, but the creature's arm jerked. She flew off, tumbled across ice shards. It advanced, glacial grace belying speed. She forced calm. The scepter tip glowed, condensing, swirling precipitate. As the walker thrust, she threw herself under the sweeping arc, sliding. She recalled water dancing lessons. Small girl, wooden sword, echoes of Sirio's Farrell's voice. Calm as still water, quick as a cat, brave as the last lion of Bravos. She popped to her feet behind the creature, reversed grip and hurled the dagger again. This time not at body, but at scepter shaft. Dragonglass met ancient frost. A hairline fracture appeared, racing up the staff like lightning across dusk. The walker flinched. Arya seized that heartbeat, sprinted, vaulted, and caught the fracture line midshaft. She weighed barely enough to bend the staff, but body momentum leveraged her boots against the dais edge. With a crack like frozen lake splitting, the scepter snapped. A soundless concussion rippled outward. Every wight within 50 paces staggered, chains slackening as though tension unspooled. Walkers clutched heads, horns dimming. The antlered creature froze, then fissures splintered across armor. Its horns drooped, shattered, cascading in bright shards. In slow grace, the walker folded onto knees, then crumbled to powdered snow. Arya caught her own breath, white fog swirling around features drawn tight. Fires raged across 4 pits now. Scotty and Runa darted between them, toppling cranes. Hobble Ben loosed obsidian bolts, felling disoriented walkers one after another. Shittle's laugh echoed as he heaved barrel of pitch from a platform, spraying burning resin across white ranks. Chains fell, corpses toppled inert. Without the scepter's will, the host collapsed into motionless heaps. Yet at distance, beyond ridge, Arya glimpsed silhouettes of more walker platoons approaching, warned by glare, perhaps drawn by broken sorcery. A low, thrumming call rose from their ranks. New horns, new standards. She whistled hawk call, retreat. Runa responded hawk note.
Shkodi, Ben, shitle kunveride.
They scrambled uphill, leaving valley to devour itself in blue embers. Their lungs burned, legs bit by cold, but hearts pulsed triumph. They had lanced another vein feeding winter. Far south of the valley, at the night fort, Jon watched Regal soar across dawn, pivot, and dive behind mountain shoulders. Bran's ravens relayed success. Scepter shattered, pits in flames. But new formations marched. Everything gained carried weight of immediate reaction. He convened swift briefing with Daenerys, Tyrion, Sansa, via Bran's owl, and Sam by Hearthfire, whose sparks danced with restless urgency. Valley strike thinned 1 legion, Jon said, but others rally. Bran warns the walker rank we face now gather under many idols, each a splinter of the Night King. We kill one, another steps forth. Sam unrolled Ebro's latest research. Here, translation of a pre-80H scroll predating First Men. It describes a cradle of frost, heart of walker creation, hidden beneath an ocean of still water within the shadowlands of Ass High. Obviously far off, but the scroll also claims lesser wells of winter dot the world wherever meteors of black ice pierce the earth. Bran speculates one such well lies north of Skagos. The scepter's crystals may hail from that well, fueling new walkers. Daenerys frowned. Then we destroy the well. Tyrion pinched brow. Assuming it exists. Jon paced. Legions form because power flows unchecked. Break the source, break the chain. He turned to Sam. How far to Skagos' north point by sail? If Skagosi lend their fastest longship, 2 days in calm seas, Sam said. But storms brew along the Bay of Seals. Sansa's raven fluttered wings. Bran's voice issued from its beak, uncanny and flat. The well sings beneath the ice like distant bells. The song thickens the air. I can find it. The bird tilted head. But I must travel there in flesh. Daenerys's eyes widened. Bran crossing frozen seas? Regal can carry him, Jon said. Once Drogon returns to sky for your safety. Bran's raven blinked. My legs may be frail, but my mind spans wings. I can guide Regal. Tyrion poured wine. Very well. We sail half the Unsullied under Grey Worm to Skagos. The free folk harry remaining columns, Winterfell forges. Meanwhile, Bran rides Regal to the Well of Winter. You're approached helm under arm. And who leads ground march at Valley if walkers counterattack? Jon glanced at Sansa's raven. I trust Lady Stark. Sansa's voice crisped through the bird. And I trust one will have dragons overhead, she said. Send me Drogon the moment he flies. Daenerys's jaw set. He will come. The raven clacked beak, then fluttered windowsill, signifying Bran's time in the flesh again drew near. Jon turned to Sam. Prepare ravens to bale-worn coastal villages. If the well breaks, ice may flood seas. Sam nodded. The meeting dissolved into motion. 3 sunsets passed. The dead regrouped beyond the valley, but wary of scorched pits, they marched slower, seeking fresher burial grounds. Northern skirmishers harassed supply squads, dragging off corpses before walkers reached them. Jon led sorties into timberline, cutting down necromancer acolytes. Gaunt wights tasked to fetch hearts still warm from slain travelers. Each victory trimmed the host's edges yet could not halt growth. They merely stemmed bleeding. On the 4th morning, Drogon lifted from Night Fort courtyard with a roar that shook dead snow from pines miles distant. His healed wing bore faint silver scars. His fire burned hotter, perhaps out of vengeance. Daenerys flew him northeast to resume horizon patrols. Jon watched them shrink to a black speck, heart twisting with awe and dread. Awe at flame incarnate, dread at cost if flames waned. Meanwhile, Grey Worm guided Unsullied along coastlines in Skagosi cutters. Bran and Regal took sky. Bran lashed into a saddle fashioned from boiled leather and weirwood inlays. Jon saw them off, Bran's blank gaze staring somewhere beyond clouds. Trust the roots, Bran murmured as Regal launched. Wind tore his cloak like tattered banners. Jon prayed those roots bound him living. Night fell across Skagos Sound. Grey Worm stood at prow of Driftspear, icy spindrift crusting his olive skin. Stars glimmered, but the sea looked unnatural. Dark swells slithering with thin sheens of glass-green light beneath surface, as if frost tides glowed from below. The helmsman muttered old sailor wardings. Several crew claimed they heard music, dissonant chimes, rising from black depths. Grey Worm heard nothing but creak of hull. They anchored at a narrow shingle of black gravel. Unsullied leapt to shore, forming files. Bran's raven had guided their course from above, then vanished seaward. Grey Worm advanced inland through forests of bone-white larch. Snow muffled footfalls, yet asthmatic whispers threaded air, breath of pine or song of deep water. After an hour, they reached a clearing where a frozen lake lay still as obsidian. At its center, faint light shimmered, shifting patterns like living runes beneath ice. Grey Worm signaled halt. Sam's brigade of maesters, 3 in number, wrapped in layered wool, arrived bearing sealed amphorae of Nightfire resin, Gendry's special munitions. Grey Worm directed ranks to spread, forming perimeter. A thunder of wings shook branches. Regal descended. Bran slid from saddle, legs feeble but eyes bright. He walked onto the ice as if weightless, palms raised. Where his boots touched, frost spiraled outward, recognizing kinship perhaps. He stopped above the faint glow, closed eyes, and plunged his mind beneath. The world seemed to hold breath. Unsullied steadied spears at any unseen threat. Maesters unpacked nightfire charges. Obsidian granules suspended in oil within clay pots ringed by copper bands. Sam muttered instructions to Grey Worm. Drive stakes, attach fuses, ignite when Bran gives sign. Grey Worm ignored the cold chewing his bones, focused only on Bran. Minutes stretched. The glow beneath ice intensified, pulsing like a second heart. A low groan traveled up through their feet, a sound of pressure building. Bran's voice came faint. Now, Grey Worm shouted orders. Soldiers hammered iron stakes through drilled holes, lodging charges into crevices. Sam lit braided ropes soaked in pine pitch. Blue sparks raced along each fuse, descending into ice cracks. Bran stepped back, eyes still closed, lips murmuring. The lake's surface bulged, hairline fractures branching. The glow brightened to blinding turquoise. Then silence collapsed inward. Ice domed upward, exploding in a geyser of steam and crystal shards. A column of luminous water shot skyward, meeting cold air and flash freezing into glittering hail. Unsullied threw up shields. Gendry tackled Sam behind pack crates. From the eruption's core rose a titanic obelisk of black ice, riddled with veins of blue fire, twisting like frozen lightning. It cracked and crumbled as nightfire charges detonated along its base. Obsidian dust shimmered where blasts met. Each explosion birthed shockwaves, fracturing the obelisk further. Groans of tormented glacier echoed across hills. Gradually, the monolith sagged, its glow sputtering like failing candle. Bran fell to knees, gasping. Regal roared overhead. Grey Worm raced to Bran, lifting him. Bran's pupils unfocused. Roots severed, he whispered. Winter's chain snapped, but shards remain. Gather me to flight. We must flee before surge. Water beneath ice had begun swirling, drawing broken shards inward toward a widening vortex. Waves sloshed over rim, freezing mid-flow. Ice sheets buckled, dragging stakes, crates, unsullied corpses from earlier skirmishes. All sucked toward the maelstrom as if the earth drank its own venom to hide evidence. Grey Worm hauled Bran onto his back. Sam and Gendry rallied unsullied. They sprinted for shore, leaping fractured ridges. Behind them, the lake imploded, swallowing shards of the well. When they reached tree line, a blast of frigid air knocked them forward. They turned to see the lake had collapsed into a crater of jagged rock glazed in rimy frost, but no light remained. Regal landed, wings trembling. Grey Worm secured Bran behind saddle. The dragon labored skyward, leaving unsullied to march for ships. Bran's eyes opened briefly. Tell Jon, the wolves of winter lost their den. Bran's raven reached the night fort by dawn. Jon read the terse message in torchlight. Well broken, roots severed, many shards still stir, but winter's heart bleeds. He folded parchment, letting relief rise, incomplete but fierce. He looked to Daenerys, whose smile dawned like rare sunlight. Dragons break hearts of ice, she whispered. Tyrion toasted with lukewarm ale. Then perhaps spring might gain a foothold soon. Jon set jaw. Not yet. The remaining walker columns still march, but they weaken. Without a well, new walkers cannot arise. Sansa's new raven perched near hearth, delivering news. Valley walkers scattered after Scepter's fall. Free folk skirmishers chased stragglers into ravines where they froze to immobility. Each report read like stitches tightening a wound shut. Yet as day advanced, word of smaller raiding parties surfaced. Isolated knots of whites wandering aimless, some even fighting each other, their purpose cracked. Danger still snapped, but it no longer marched in unstoppable legions. It fragmented like broken ice flows. That evening, under a half-moon glazing snowfield silver, Jon and Daenerys climbed Nightfort's topmost tower. Wind whipped cloaks behind them. Below, campfires dotted valley like ember constellations. The worst of winter remained. A season of storms, hunger, healing. Yet the outlines of dawn sharpened. Jon stared north. I was born to guard a wall, he said, voice soft. But maybe now we build bridges. Daenerys touched his hand. Winter melted one stone at a time. Now we forge new stone. She watched Regal's silhouette pass across moon. Dragons will patrol, but hearts of men must hold fast. He turned to her, their breaths mingling white. And if more wells of winter linger, we find them, she said, and break them until the song of ice falls silent. His fingers twined with hers. Far below, Ghost howled, a long note rising into wintry heavens, halfway between mourning lost pack and heralding new birth. The sound rolled across forests, echoing off frostbit peaks. And when it faded, the hush that followed felt less like dread, more like possibility. They remained atop the tower until moonlight fled, standing side by side while the world they had bled for inhaled a tentative future. Beyond sight, beyond hearing, beneath layers of cracked ice and swirling drifts, the last shards of the well cooled into inert crystal. Wind scoured them, burying in sediment until they resembled ordinary stones. A nighthawk swooped low, snagging a rodent. In its talons, flecks of the crystal glimmered, then darkened, powerless. For the first time in an age, the breath of winter did not sharpen overnight. It softened. Trees exhaled sap that had lain frozen. Far-off brooks broke their silence, chuckling as thin rinds of ice surrendered. Somewhere a newborn elk wobbled to its feet, tasting dawn's air, untainted by the scent of death magic. On the horizon, a paler sky blossomed early hints of rose. And where the wall had shattered months earlier at Eastwatch, engineers now laid foundations of a new bastion. One carved from both ice and obsidian, welded by dragonfire, guarded by men who believed tragedy need not become destiny. The realm's scars would linger, but scars told stories, and stories knit peoples. In that hard-won quiet, Jon Snow felt a weight shift within his chest. Not the abdication of vigilance, but a reshaping of purpose. He knew winter's ghosts would forever haunt northern nights. Yet tonight, he understood that ghosts could not sing louder than memories forged by living hands. The sound of hammer on anvil, of a child's laugh echoing through rebuilding halls, of dire wolves baying at a sky not wholly dark. He closed his eyes and listened to those new songs weaving into silence. Riegel's shadow crossed the face of the half-moon as he glided north, each wing beat scattering glittering snow devils across the forested ridges far below. Bran's stark rode lashed tight in the saddle cradle, eyes half-lidded, consciousness riding two rivers at once. The slow pulse of his own blood and the swifter current of updrafts beneath leathery pinions. Through the dragon's senses, he smelled resin rising from pine needles fractured by frost, tasted distant ash blown on high winds from the valley of frozen tears. Through his own failing flesh, he felt the bruising throb of each airborne lurch, the ache of rope bite around shoulders and thighs. Yet discomfort was a trivial echo against the symphony of vision unfolding before him. Far to the east over Skago's Sound, the well of winter lay snapped in two, its song reduced to the occasional pitiful toll of a dying bell. Tendrils of cold magic still trailed northward, seeking a new anchor, but without a heartstone their cadence faltered. South of that, along the ragged spine of the Vens, the last organized column of walkers limped toward the white knife, shepherding fewer whites than before, some falling inert mid-march, others turning against their keepers in spasms of purposeless hunger. Where the legion's edges frayed, free folk ambushes struck hard and vanished, whittling numbers like wolves bleeding a wounded elk. Bran marked each node of conflict like a candle guttering in mild wind. He cataloged weaknesses and considered lines of fate, some bright with promise, others dim with blood yet unshed. He drew free of the dragon's mind and blinked into his own, night air whipping his cheeks raw, stars smeared by tears forming in frigid wind. He tapped Riegel's neck twice, a signal they had practiced circle and descend. The dragon banked gently, spiraling toward a clearing where torch glow hinted at a rally encampment. Below, gray-hide tents ringed a shallow stone pit where sparks leapt from red-hot coals. Unsullied in double-line formation raised shields to guard the landing zone. One lifted a blue lantern, guiding Riegel's talons between snow-laden boulders. Bran's boots touched ground with only a slight stumble. Gray Worm strode forward, salute crisp. He helped unbuckle the weirwood inlays supporting Bran's waist. No greeting wasted breath. Urgency crowded every gesture. Bran closed milky eyes for a heartbeat, orienting, then spoke. Walker remnant 2 miles east of Forked Pine Gully. Thin ranks. Their commander's staff is cracked but still hums with echolight. Strike before moonset and their corpses fall silent. Grey Worm nodded once, signaling subcaptains. Without fanfare, 3 cohorts peeled from the perimeter, shields muffled with wolf fur wraps, spears glimmering dragonglass. They vanished between birches, footsteps swallowed by fresh snow. Bran turned toward the council tent pitched at the clearing's edge. Candlelight flickered within, drawing silhouettes of 2 figures hunched over maps. He shuffled inside, bracing his withered legs with a walker fashioned of blackthorn and iron. Jon Snow looked up first, haggard yet bright-eyed. Daenerys at his side traced grain tracks across a grease-stained hide depicting the Frostfang valleys. Both smiled, small, tired, but real. "I felt the lake crack," Jon said. Daenerys offered Bran a draught of heated ginger wine. "And the sky brightened when it did," she added. "You've severed a root that fed countless dead." "A root," Bran agreed quietly, sipping. "Not the trunk." Jon leaned over the map. "Show me the trunk." Bran pointed southeast of Skagos, beyond any charted coast, where parchment whitened into unknown. "I've seen great fissures in the earth beneath the shivering sea. One glows with the same aurora as the well of winter, but deep, deep below crushing water. Too deep for mortal reach." Daenerys met Bran's gaze. "Dragons dive into storm clouds but not into oceans. If that well seeds new walkers centuries hence, then our children will fight this war anew." "Perhaps," Bran allowed. "Yet for now, waters and pressure entomb its power. Ice needs air to shape soldiers. Darkness needs passage to the living. Seal the passes, guard the shorelines, and centuries may pass before it stirs." Jon exhaled. "Time will have to serve as victory." Shouts outside, quick, urgent. Grey Worm re-entered, face shining with snow crystals. "Walker detachment destroyed," he reported. "No casualties. Shards collected for flame." Bran tilted his head, listening inward. Their song dims. He closed eyes again. "Yet others gather south of the White Knife. We must lure them into fields far from towns. Burn them where no walls stand to catch stray frost." Daenerys laid a finger on a bend in the river east of Last Hearth. "Flatlands here. Dead soil from old wildfire slash. Little to burn but corpses." She looked to Jon. "A pyre large enough to light the world." Jon nodded. "We'll set it." They slept in shifts, rising before first blush of dawn. Sansa Stark stood upon the battlements of Winterfell, her silhouette framed by flicker of braziers. News of the well's destruction had reached her an hour prior, ferried by Bran's ravens and confirmed by arcane shiver of the weirwood beneath the courtyard. Its red leaves rustled though no wind blew. Relief washed her like warm rain, but command demanded focus. She turned to Lord Glover, whose grizzled beard glittered with frost, and issued orders to pull additional hay wagons from barns, to soak bales in rendered whale oil, to send them to the White Knife flatlands. She summoned smiths and masons, shaped stakes of alder and pine, length of a spear's haft, tipped them with scrap dragonglass, build hurdles to corral whites into choke lines. All Winterfell hummed with preparation for a final furnace. Arya arrived at mid-morning, cloaked in mud and soot, violet Walker ichor staining one cheek. She met Sansa beneath the weirwood. No words passed. They simply embraced, heads resting on fur collars stiff with frost. A thin tremor in Arya's shoulders betrayed fatigue. Sansa squeezed tighter, then pulled back, pressing a warm honey cake into Arya's hands before dispatching her sister to sleep until dusk. Gendry hoisted a prototype ballista bolt onto a trestle beside the forge. This one twice the length of his own armspan, tipped with 3 obsidian blades fused around a steel core. Sam inspected the seams, nodding approval. They loaded the bolt into the swivel rig affixed atop a wagon bed, winched ropes taut. A target of oak planks and white bone, salvaged from earlier skirmish, stood at the far side of the courtyard. At Sam's signal, Gendry released. The bolt whistled, struck, and detonated mid-impact, shards of glowing obsidian peppering the air with sizzling frost. The bone lattice crumbled inwards, veins of pale blue flame suffocating inside glassy fractures. Sam exhaled a prayer to any god listening. Gendry simply grinned, blackened teeth flashing. By the fourth new night after Skagos, the living host gathered upon the flats east of Last Hearth. Unsullied in disciplined squares, free folk lines ragged yet fierce, northern levies bearing tower shields of interwoven alder, Dothraki raiders astride shaggy northern nags, archers from White Harbor, axemen of House Mormont, the resurgent knights watch with fresh-polished dragonglass studs on gambesons. Tormund wandered the ranks, slapping backs, loosening fear with jokes about freezing balls. Lyanna Mormont rode before her 50 warriors, each holding a banner stitched of sealskin stamped with the she-bear. Brienne of Tarth adjusted the tilt of Sansa's chestplate, refusing to leave the lady's side. Jon and Daenerys paced opposite flanks. Drogon circled overhead, vast wings stirring powder snow from dark earth, while Regal perched atop a bluestone tor, neck flexing in anticipation. Night fell early as winter nights do. Torches ringed the flats, but command decreed darkness within, so the enemy might press into a span of black ice laced with pits spiked by dragonglass spikes soaked in whale oil. Overhead, clouds parted to reveal glimmer of stars arrayed like watchers on silent ramparts. A hush swept the living host. No clank of mail, no neigh of horse, only hearts drumming beneath layers of wool. Then came the dead. At first a sifting sound, as if wind dragged brittle twigs across crusted snow. Shapes emerged from gloom, line upon erratic line, blue eyes flickering. Taller shapes, walkers, strode spaced apart, carrying stave bits glowing faint violet. Fewer than before, yet enough to drown the living if let run riot. A rumble deeper still indicated something heavier behind the vanguard. Jon glimpsed mammoths, their once russet fur now gray with rime, dragging war sleds fashioned of bones. He raised one gloved fist. Signal torches flared along the perimeter. Unsullied front lines stamped shield butts into packed ice, forming a wall of iron and pine stakes. Archers knocked nightfire arrows, flint sparks dancing as they readied. Walkers advanced. The first stepped onto a plate of ice cleverly thinned by brimstone. It shattered, plunging it into a pit of oil frost mixture. A flaming arrow from Glover's men ignited the blend. Violet eyes extinguished as the creature melted amid slush. Whites behind stumbled, chains clanking into bonfires, but more poured around flanks. Tormund bellowed a savage warcrack, charging the right perimeter, dragonglass axe carving arcs that left Whites headless. The free folk closed behind him, spears punching through rib cages, skulls, shoulders. On left, Dothraki hooped, kukris glinting. They weaved between sparser white knots, severing legs before doubling back to slice throats. Jon waited until mammoths lumbered within range. He nodded to Gendry at the ballista rig behind. The smith fired. The massive nightfire bolt streaked crimson, found its mark in the icy plating around a mammoth's left shoulder. The charge erupted, shattering bone. The creature trumpeted, an awful, cracked sound, then collapsed, crushing sled and Whites beneath. Obsidian flakes sprayed outward, dropping nearby dead where they stood. But another mammoth pressed on, walker driver perched behind ears. Jon spurred his mount, long claw aflame with reflected torchlight. He cut a path through Whites, ghost at his side tearing snarling corpses from behind. Reaching the mammoth's flank, Jon leapt, buried his sword in its knee. The beast stumbled, but the walker swung an ice pike downward. Jon blocked with long claw. Sparks hissed as steel kissed sorcery. The walker stabbed again. Jon rolled across furred hide, grabbing at rope rigging, and hewed pike halved in two. The mammoth jerked aside, legs entangling in drag chains and falling. Jon drove long claw upward through the walker's chest. Ice spiraled outward. The creature shattered. He tumbled free as the mammoth toppled, hooves shaking ground. Above, Drogon roared then stooped, releasing a curtain of sunset-red fire across the densest white wedge. Flame met frost, pancaked outward, instantly vaporizing 100 corpses into char and ash. Regal joined, breathing emerald-tinged blaze that carved trenches of molten snow. Yet another walker lifted its stave, conjuring a gale that hurled shards of supercooled wind at Drogon. Ice crusted along the dragon's chest. He reeled, wings straining. Daenerys leaned close to his neck, whispering urgent Valyrian commands. Drogon banked, spiraled upward to clear airspace. Jon saw the threat. He rallied 40 unsullied spearmen, driving forward in wedge formation toward the stave-bearer. The walker rotated, ice dagger forming along forearm. The spears struck first, 6 dragonglass points punching through the creature's body. It lit like cracked glass under sunlight, pieces flying. With each walker's fall, wights collapsed in clusters. The field began thawing of bodies. But rearguard of dead still advanced, hundreds remained, albeit aimless. Jon signaled archers. Nightfire arrows streaked overhead, striking rank after rank, igniting chain reactions of obsidian dust spreading like wildfire's ghost. Where one arrow landed, 5 dead dropped motionless, blue eyes dimming. Yet not all. Some wights stumbled into pits of oil. Each was set alight, but the flames cast flickering shadows that played havoc with living sight lines. In that confusion, a cluster of wights breached the northeast trench, grappling with northern levies. Sansa, atop battlement tower built hastily of wagon planks, saw the line buckle. She drew her own lensless longbow, notched a dragonglass arrow Sam had fletched himself, and loosed. Shot sword, burying in the spine of a wight that grappled Lord Serwyn. He regained footing, rallied men. Sansa fired again, another arrow, each release crisp, measured. She slayer of winter, some would later whisper. On ground, Arya darted through swirling haze, spotting a walker lieutenant climbing fallen mammoth to vantage. She flung her Valyrian dagger. It pierced temple. The walker crumpled. Wights convulsed, fell. Still the battle dragged. Hours felt like lives. Frostbit wind gnawed exposed flesh, but adrenaline burned bright. Grey Worm, shield rim cracked, continued issuing clipped orders in Valyrian, shifting phalanx angles to catch flanking wights. Tormund, beard iced, roared laughter in undead faces as he hacked them down. Near dawn's edge, only scattered groups of dead remained. Jon motioned hornbearers. A long low call reverberated. Units disengaged, stepping back. Arrows ceased. Fire pits burned on, crackling as they devoured still forms. Snow began to fall, heavy, hush-laden, smothering noise of battle. Corpses that had littered the flats melted into sooty sludge, mixing with falling flakes until ground turned a charnel black and white mosaic. Drogon and Regal landed near the center where pyres glowed. Daenerys dismounted, cloak scorched at hem. Jon approached, helmet under arm. Their eyes met. No cheers rose. Throats were too raw, arms too tired. But an exhale passed through ranks like summer breeze. Relief, disbelief. Jon raised Longclaw high. Sansa stepped onto a makeshift dais of splintered shields, lifting the direwolf flame banner. Brienne beat sword against shield thrice, a rhythm taken up by unsullied spears, Dothraki sabers, wildling axes on drum rim of iron cauldrons. Not raucous celebration, rather a heartbeat salute to every life still beating. Daylight peeked over the white knife, faint gold lines etching river crowns. Steam rose from still smoking bodies, twisting upward like souls freed. Snowflakes melted on cheeks warmed by blood and tears both. Jon looked west where the wall once stood, picturing Eastwatch's gape now still, the sea beyond calmer. No sky rift brightened with frostfire. No dead shapes darkened horizon. Felt not safe, never safe, but quieter. Daenerys' hand found his. Featherlight grip, ice-burned skin. Is it ended? She asked. For our lifetimes, maybe, he said. And maybe that's all mortals ever win. She nodded, then pivoted, addressing gathered host in carrying Valyrian joined with common. Men and women of every kingdom, look upon what life wrought when it stood as one blade. Remember this field when old scars ache and wolves howl, reminding you fear once ruled. Remember we bled together and therefore shall live together. Silence answered, thick with understanding. Ravens wheeled overhead, Bran's watchers. Their croaks merged into a strange, almost melody, threads weaving through crisp dawn. In the weeks that followed, carcasses were hauled to great pits where they burned under dragonfire until only gray ash remained. Unsullied, dismantled stakes, cleaned dragonglass for recasting into plowshares and arrowheads both. Free folk guided northern farmers through charred earth to sow winter wheat seeds tolerant of hoarfrost. Dothraki hunted shaggy elk herds, sharing meat with castle kitchens and used to horse lords' generosity. At Winterfell, children chased one another through halls where once hush reigned. Their laughter floated beyond battlements to mingle with hammer strikes forging new gate hinges. A grand moot convened in the Godswood. Here, beneath the heart tree, Bran's chair of weirwood roots served as neutral throne. Lords and clan chiefs pledged to maintain watch not as a prison for criminals but as a college of guardians, every household sending volunteers. Some for a year, some for a life. Learning to read, to track, to speak languages of wildlings south and giants north. They would patrol a new border. Not the old wall but a network of beacons and bridges extending aid instead of scorn. Jon refused crowns offered twice over. Instead he asked to resume a ranger's cloak, but Sansa pressed a seal-bearing direwolf and three-headed dragon into his palm, whispering that leading peace took more courage than war. He accepted role of High Marshal, tasked with guiding this cross-kingdom watch. Daenerys nurtured her dragons. Drogon's scar knitted into ridges shaped like lightning. Rhaegal shrugged off war's toll quickly, scales bright emerald once more. She flew them to coastal villages, parleying with fishermen frightened by giant wings, gifting them seed grain and salted pork as sign dragons need not burn those who welcomed them. In time, ships bearing silver sails of House Targaryen plied the shivering sea, mapping new lands for trade. Sam, appointed Archmaester of Winter's Library, oversaw copying of every scroll concerning ice magic, sealing originals in iron chests sunk below Winterfell's crypts. Gendry directed a foundry that forged plowshares edged with tiny shards of obsidian, so should another winter of walking corpses arise, farmers' tools could pivot to defense within moments. Arya wandered, vanishing for moons at a time, returning with tales of distant summer islands where snow never fell, of ruins where fire still danced in stone circles that sang when brushed by moonlight. Each time she brought seeds, spices, stories, reminders that horizons curved far beyond scars. Tormund led a delegation of free folk north beyond cracked wall remains, seeking mammoth calves orphaned by war. He swore to raise them gentle, free of chains, and promised to send one south each midsummer so children of the realms might ride atop and remember giants that once fought beside them. Lyanna Mormont oversaw marsh settlements rebuilding stilt homes, teaching orphans of houses lost to recite names of every clan present at last hearth flats, so memory would outlive graves. Grey Worm stayed one winter, then two, then at last sailed east with half his Unsullied, drawn by news of Noth seeking guardians once more. They left behind a cadre who chose newfound families among farmsteads they had defended. Brienne trained a generation of squires who wore helms shaped like dire wolves or dragons or bear heads, none ashamed to fight under banners not of birth but of oath. Bran drifted in root and wing, yet sometimes he returned to meal tables, tasting blackberry tart and smiling faint, especially when he caught Jon sneaking second slices like a hungry boy half his age. In one such rare, grounded moment, he told Jon the world would spin many sorrows still, but most would be mortal sorrows. Love betrayed, harvests ruined, rulers cruel, not the cold oblivion of a night without dawn. Jon lifted a horn of ale to that simple blessing. Years rolled. Winters came, harsh but natural. Snow ghosts whispered but did not walk. Children of Winterfell grew tall. Some rode south to Old Town, some north to Seacliffs, some east to Bravos. Yet each spring they returned carrying tales of green fields and unfrozen harbors. With them they brought seedlings, coins, and letters praising the fellowship of the Watch that taught merchant caravans safe routes where once only killers prowled. On the 20th anniversary of the Battle of the Black Flats, Bells rang across every rebuilt holdfast from White Harbor to Deepwood. Jon, hair streaked silver, stood with Daenerys on a terrace overlooking the new North March. Meadows dappled purple with lupins where once reeked pits of burning flesh. Dragons lounged in midday sun, wings half spread. Ghost dozed at Jon's feet, muzzle now pepper gray. Children ran in the shadow of those wings without fear. Jon spoke, voice rough, wise. It's easier to count blessings than corpses now. Daenerys rested a hand on his. Because we paid the first count, and never let ledger slip from memory. A child squealed. Drogon lifted his head, enormous eye focusing on tiny form chasing butterflies. The dragon chuffed gently, warm steam wafting. The child giggled, patting scaly jaw. Jon watched. What becomes of legends when no one needs them? They seed songs, Daenerys said, and songs teach hearts to hope. She turned, chin lifted toward the horizon where sky met forest. One day our names will fade, but the fire and ice we tempered will warm floors unseen and water crops unplanted. Jon nodded, quiet. They remained until sunset painted clouds in streaks of copper. As twilight deepened, Rhaegal rose first, powerful muscles launching into rosy sky, followed by Drogon whose wings swept orchard blossoms into swirling snow-like petals. The dragons circled, silhouetted against crimson, then arrowed north, chasing cold winds not out of menace but memory. Guardians patrolling boundaries they chose to honor. Their roars drifted mellow, more greeting than warning. Jon felt old scars ache, but in the ache was music. Wind through wheat, laughter around hearth, crackle of forge, hush of library, croon of child. He closed eyes, letting symphony weave threads. Night does not vanish. It retreats beyond torchlight, waiting to test new generations. But now torches burned in every town, tended by hands that remembered how frost once threatened to erase them. Their flames were small, yet innumerable. Under those countless sparks, Jon and Daenerys descended stone steps to join a feast laid across courtyards where northern stews mixed with spiced fish from Noth, where Dornish wine warmed free folk throats, where Mormont drummers beat rhythms the dragons matched with distant wing thunder. And storytellers began with familiar incantation. When the Night King cracked the wall and winter thought it won, listeners leaned close, eyes wide, hearts steady, because they knew how the tale would finish. Not with endless dark, but with dawn hammered, sown, breathed into being by stubborn souls who dared believe ice could bleed and shadows could shatter. The tale continued, branching into new verses not yet written, each word a stepping stone across tomorrow's wide river. Wide, but no longer a chasm. And somewhere far overhead, stars shifted, grains of light sliding across celestial ice, painting patterns no man had yet named. Their silent dance promised that even in vast cold, movement meant life, and life meant chance, and chance sometimes knelt before courage. A soft hush lay over the snowbound fields outside Winterfell, as though winter itself withheld its breath, listening to the faint scrape of steel and the distant clip-clop of hooves on frozen ground. Jon Snow strode along the practice yard's outer fence, the heavy fur of a white direwolf cloak draped over his shoulders, Longclaw balanced across both palms. On's pale glow caught on the Valyrian ripples, scattering prismatic sparks onto drifts banked against the walls. His every footfall brought a soft crunch, a tangible reminder that the world he had bled for still spun on its tilted axis, indifferent yet alive. Across the yard, half a dozen young recruits, boys from House Serwyn, girls from Flint's Finger, a pair of freckled twins who claimed no lord at all, hacked at straw dummies with blunt dragonglass blades. Ghost padded among them, tail sweeping the snow, crimson eyes flicking from stance to stance. Each time a recruit stumbled, the direwolf emitted a low rumble and nudged them back into guard. Jon watched, arms folded, satisfied. These were no longer frightened small folk clutching scythes. They stood a little straighter now, shoulders squared against the cold, daring to treat the direwolf's inspection like a challenge rather than judgment. Beyond the yard rose the newly completed Barristan Tower, its stones quarried from riverbed slate and fused by dragonfire into seamless blocks. Frost-filigreed banners, direwolf paired with three-headed dragon, flapped lazily above crenellations. Inside, Sansa marshaled quartermasters, seeing to the dispersal of grain shipments from White Harbor, while Samwell Tarly lectured Greenliver maesters on the precise measures of dragonglass dust required to keep forge fires burning smokelessly. The tower thrummed with measured bustle, a heartbeat of progress echoing outward so that even the ravens roosting along the rafters seemed to caw with more purpose. Jon tiptoed the edge of that industry, breathing deep the mingled scents of cedar fires and horse sweat. His thoughts wandered toward the partial thaw of the shivering sea, the first in living memory after so brutal a winter, and how that thaw promised trade routes expanding eastward like veins of new hope. He pictured the free folk villages rising along the broken wall's foot, wattle and daub huts ringed by laughing children. He pictured wide-eyed men from Dorne standing abashed in snow up to their knees as they bartered citrus crates for cured sealskin coats. Every image shimmered bright, yet beneath lay the dark weight of caution, the memory of ice that walked, an ache that whispered never again. A clang broke his reverie. Across the courtyard, Gendry had set up a temporary smithy beneath a canvas awning, its makeshift chimney belching plumes that shone rosy in dawnlight. Sparks hissed as hammer met red-hot iron. The blacksmith looked up, raised a soot-smudged hand by way of greeting, then returned to shaping a sword blank whose edge would soon carry a sliver of obsidian along its core. Jon inclined his head in acknowledgement. 24 such hybrid blades already hung in Winterfell's armory, each stamped with a swirling sigil that combined a direwolf's eye and a dragon's wing. Fire and ice, welded. He turned toward the orchard. Footpaths wound between pear trees whose branches slumbered under sugary rime, their bark still charcoal from dragonfire that had forged the early trenches. Among twisting trunks paced Daenerys Stormborn, her palms occasionally brushing a branch as though coaxing it awake. Drogon lounged at the orchard's far side, wings folded tight, amber eyes half closed. Every few breaths, a slow plume swirled from his nostrils, wreathing low branches in cracks of melting frost that dripped like quicksilver. Rhaegal circled high overhead, sentinel against any skyborne threat, though none had been seen in weeks. Jon approached. Daenerys turned, snow crunching beneath soft-soled boots lined in gray fox. White gold hair danced in a stray breeze, and a faint flush tinted her cheeks from exertion. She smiled with eyes first, lips second, a small curve carrying weight of long survival. "Up early," she said. "Old habits. The dawn tends to rouse worries before the hearth can tame them." She chuckled, quiet. "I walk the orchard when my dreams tangle. A living tree feels like a promise, even leafless." He nodded, gesturing toward Drogon's massive flank. "Does he rest easier now?" "Not fully," she admitted. "His wound healed, yet he listens for frost breath that will never return. Dragons remember fear more sharply than ache." She placed a hand upon Drogon's scales. The beast rumbled contentedly. "But each day he dozes longer. One morning he may curl around a sapling rather than scorch its roots." Jon swept gloved thumb over Longclaw's pommel wolf. Would that men learn half so quickly? They fell into companionable silence, watching pale light tip tree limbs with pewter. Finally Jon spoke of the latest raven. A free folk scout glimpsed thin plumes of unnatural mist curling above a ravine near the fist of the first men. Possible residue from a fallen walker shard. "It may be nothing," he said, "but I'll ride north with a small company. Better certainty than speculation." Daenerys' brows knitted. "Shall I fly Rhaegal to meet you there?" "Not yet. A single dragon's shadow unsettles village flocks and newborn lambs alike. If we discover trouble, we'll send a signal fire." He smiled, slight. "Flames die green courtesy of Sam's concoction." She exhaled through nose, resigned. "Then be swift." Ghost trotted near, sniffed Daenerys' palm for a scratch behind his ears, then pressed flanks against Jon's leg. With a low bark Jon signaled, and they turned toward the stables. Daenerys watched until cloaks vanished behind ramparts. Drogon raised his great head, amber slits narrowing at her expression. "Fear not," she whispered in Valyrian. "For winter's quiet does not mean weakness." She stroked his snout. We guard the world together. Behind them, Orchard's first budding icicles trembled, beads of potential life suspended between seasons. 2 days' ride north of Winterfell, Jon's company, 10 Watch Rangers selected for agility and silence, plus Tormund Giantsbane and Val leading a trio of nimble free folk trackers, crossed into the lonely valleys of the Milk Run. Pine spires loomed on ridges, their tops dusted white like shoulders of stoic giants. Streams murmured beneath papery ice crusts. From somewhere distant drifted the faint rasp of ravens quarreling. Each breath rose white, but air lacked the bone-sharp bite of last winter. Even so, Jon kept Longclaw unsheathed across his lap whenever they halted, caution etched into spine by seasons of death. On the third morning, as sunrise bled palest rose over snowfields, Val spied it, a string of black icicles suspended from a stone archway spanning half-collapsed caves. The icicles emitted faint vapor, swirling like smoke yet heavier, sinking. Jon slid from saddle to examine one. He tapped its tip with a dragonglass dagger. The icicle chimed, as if struck crystal. But its resonance was a note deeper than any glass should produce, vibrating up his forearm like heart palpitations. He frowned. Sam's research had cataloged residue of walker magic lingering in crystal structures fused by unnatural frost. Such shards might pulse faint blue, but nothing like this obsidian dark spire humming a throaty tone. Jon motioned for his men to still. Even the horses sensed unease, rolling eyes. Tormund sniffed near the arch smells wrong snow, like iron left out too long in moonlight. Ghost padded forward, hackles half-raised. He sniffed the icicle, then let out a soft whine, backing away. Jon touched the hilt of Longclaw. Cut one free. Using tongs wrapped with stag leather, they snapped the lowest icicle at its narrow neck. It came loose, surprisingly light, and the humming ceased abruptly, the silence rushing back in like wind after a door slams. Jon tucked the shard into a wax-lined pouch. Val crept to the archway entrance. Darkness yawned beyond, yet within flickered faint violet ripples, akin to reflection on deep water. She gestured hurry. Jon and Tormund joined her. The rangers followed, spacing out, arrows notched. Inside, the tunnel's walls glittered with threads of black ice winding through stone, converging into clusters that glowed dimly, pulsing in rhythm. Neither blue nor violet, but something between, color of bruised shadow. They stepped deeper until a cavern opened like a lung. At its center jutted a low mound of black ice shards arranged in spiral tiers, crudely sculpted cairn. Around it were arranged bones, elk, bear, man. Each skull split by a neat fissure at the crown, hollowed. Black icicles sprouted from cranium edges, dripping slug-slow tears of dark frost that hissed as they struck floor. The mound's core pulsed. Each beat rippled faint vibrations through frozen stalagmites overhead, producing that humming they'd heard. Jon felt the hairs rise on nape. "It's trying to grow," he murmured, dread heavy. Pieces from the severed well-seeking union. A ranger, Cedric of Skagos, whispered, "Like eggs waiting to hatch." Jon nodded grimly, scanning crevices overhead. More shards may remain buried in ice north of Skagos. If they drift south, storms might carry them here. He unslung a flask etched with Maester Wolkin's symbol, nightfire resin laced with ground obsidian. Torch the heart. They doused the mound in viscous black-green fluid. Val scattered extra shards around edges for chain reaction. Then Jon lit a wick, touched it to resin. Fire whooshed, but not red. Flames erupted midnight indigo streaked with emerald, swirling as though seeking coil. The cairn cracked, exhaling a plume of violet vapor that shrieked on frequencies too low for human ears. Tones rattled bones, ringing teeth. Horses outside screamed. Ghost howled. Jon braced as cavern walls quaked. Energy spilled upward, venting through fissures into night air. Snow at entrance evaporated, leaving talcum whirls that glowed then dimmed. When fire settled, only lumps of slag remained. No pulse, no hum. Tormund huffed. Good to burn it. But what stops more shards rolling in next thaw? Jon wiped sweat despite chill. We station a warding outpost. Rangers, free folk, rotas. We track any dark ice. Burn on sight. He crouched, collecting a marble-sized pebble of once fused shard. Now inert, veins of violet gray. This goes to Sam. He'll study how lifeless crystal diffuses. He pocketed it with care. They exited cave. Outside, wind carried pine sap and distant sea salt. A normal odor untainted. Snowflakes resumed, drifting lazily. Cedric exhaled relief. Feels like sun might break through soon. John considered sky. Pale bands hinting amber behind high clouds. Perhaps. They mounted, turned south. Ghost trotted ahead, ears alert but tail calmer. As hooves crunched, John's mind returned to Winterfell's orchard, to Daenerys brushing frost from budding pear twigs. It offered anchor, life pushing through cold. Daenerys spent the morning teaching the twins from the practice yard, Bronwyn and Rion, to shape simple Valyrian commands one might speak to dragons. Rise, land, hush. She used carved soapstone dragon toys, playfully adjusting their wings as she spoke softly, enunciating. The children giggled, repeating syllables until Drogon rumbled approval. Mid-lesson, a raven dropped to her outstretched wrist, scroll tied to leg. She unrolled, read John's terse script. Dark shards burned, ward established, returning by dusk. Relief flooded, though small tremor of caution persisted. As afternoon stretched, she met with Tyrion and Maester Greta of House Reed in Barristan Tower's solar. Stacked high were ledgers of trade tithes, new coin minted by White Harbor smiths bearing a crescent direwolf on one face, dragon on the other. Tyrion observed that unified coin eased barter along King's Road and the gift alike. Yet Greta voiced worry. Whispers among small folk about storm witches claiming black shards hold blessing for crops. Some had begun collecting dark crystals washed ashore for amulets. Daenerys' eyes narrowed. Superstition seeds shadow. She tasked bank riders to buy any shards, inert or not, and deliver to maesters for disposal. She also commissioned minstrels to spin new songs of how dark ice steals heat from soil, leaving seeds barren. Let stories fight stories. Evening approached. A horn blast floated over ramparts, riders returning. Daenerys left the solar, descended stone stairs to courtyard as Jon led column through gates. Their steeds steamed, rangers' cloaks crusted white. Jon dismounted, offered pouch of shards. All quiet now, but cave's north team with fishers. We posted watch. She clasped his wrist. Thank you. Eyes lingered a beat. Ghost wove between legs, nuzzling Daenerys' palm. She scratched his ear. Firelight flickered across the great hall that night. Long trestle tables crowded. Stewed venison, root mash, barley bread. Mead horns clinked. Harpist perched on dais plucked gentle chords, weaving with low hum of conversation. Tormund recounted cave adventure to wide-eyed stable lads, exaggerating how Val wrestled a shard beast the size of a bear. Val rolled eyes but let him spin yarn. Sansa listened, amusement curling lips. Sam and Gendry argued friendly about forging plowshares tipped with copper to prevent rust. Jon sat beside Daenerys at high table. He sipped hot cinnamon wine, feeling tension slip from shoulders. She spoke softly. Tomorrow we fly to Gulltown. Their harbor wall needs dragonfire to thaw ice-blocking grain barges. Will you join? He thought of endless responsibilities, but nodded. Yes, wings remind me walls need not bind. She smiled, gaze bright. The minstrel's tune shifted. Words rose. A ballad of black flats, of flames carving night, of dire wolf and dragon side by side beneath falling snow. Voices across hall joined, not booming but steady, layering a tapestry of memory. Jon felt each verse as a thread stitching scars. He looked around. Faces lit by fire. They carried weariness, yes, but also a glow of resilience. Cross hall, Arya slipped in, eyes scanning. She caught Jon's glance, flicked a two-finger salute, then vanished again through service doors, unknown mission brewing. He shook head, half fond, half resigned. Later, after torches guttered low, Jon and Daenerys left Hall, boots whispering along frost-rimmed stones toward the rampart walk. Above, stars scintillated, crisp as new coins. They paused at Merlin Gap, wind-tugging cloaks. Once, Jon said, voice rough, I dreamed of seeing beyond the wall, wild forests unending. Now the wall is memory. Dreams change, she replied. Soft palm touched his. But root stays. To guard the realm of men, to let children grow. He turned, studied her face in starlight. We owe them more than safety. We owe them stories without terror at door. She nodded, then pointed skyward. A streak of silver scratched across black arch, shooting star. Another followed, trailing faint blue. They watched until spark dimmed beyond pines. An omen? He asked. A sign of old fires still roaming sky, she said. But falling, cooling, harmless. He considered that. Maybe shattered shards yet circled above, turning to streaks that posed no threat. Then let it be a sign of peace. Beneath them, Winterfell slept. Forges banked low, dragons curled on orchard fringes, hall fires smoldering embers. Snowflakes drifted gently but melted upon flagstones warmed by underlying steam pipes forged weeks earlier, a maester's invention using dragonfire-heated tunnels. The faint hiss of meltwater nested in silence like a lullaby. They lingered until toes numbed. Then, together, descended spiral steps to Inner Keep. Ghost trotted behind, yawning huge. Somewhere deep in bowels, Sam poured one last measure of ink onto parchment, finishing a treatise scholars would one day call the Long Night's Quietus. Somewhere else, a smith quenched a spade, saving soil to feed. Night deepened, but in its belly burned countless small hearths. Scattered across north and beyond, watchers in lonely towers peered into dark. Occasionally they glimpsed pale halos where stars stooped low, but no blue fires stalked. No horns of winter sounded. Each watcher exhaled, sipped broth, and returned to scanning, their vigilance tempered by knowledge that dragons roamed overhead and 1,000 alliances stitched in blood, song, and seed would answer any chill echo. Far to the east, waves lapped black shore of Skagos. In a Titapool, a shard no larger than a pebble glimmered uncertainly, veins of violet dulling. Moonlight traced its facets, found no pulse, skipped onward. A gull landed, plucked the pebble among shells, dropped it again when a fish flicked near. Stones sank into silt, inert. Generations would come, some remembering frost monsters as living fear, others as grandparents' tale. Towers might crumble, songs fade, dragons succumb to age, dire wolves to time. But that night, under tapestry of stars, humanity stood on the cusp not of doom but of long, winding path toward dawn. They did not know where footsteps would lead. They knew only that snowdrifts which once whispered death now muffled laughter, that orchards once scorched brimmed with buds beneath frost, waiting. Jon Snow, bastard turned king turned guardian, slipped an arm around Daenerys' waist as they crossed threshold into warmth. Behind them, wind carried faint howl, maybe ghost on night patrol, maybe just breeze through arrow slits. Either way, it sounded less like warning, more like weary lullaby. Beyond those walls stretched silent north, sleeping. But its slumber was not the old uneasy chill of watchfires and dread. It was deep, replenishing, dreaming of seeds, of foals born in sap-green branches, of rivers thin-iced but singing. And if old shadows dared gather again, they would find themselves facing fire tempered by compassion, ice strengthened by memory, hearts scarred yet unshaken. For now, while years still wore a crown of snow, the world inhaled and held that breath, cradling dawn like an ember. And in Winterfell's highest tower, the heart tree watched with crimson eyes, limbs stirring in draught, carving a new ring within its trunk for the year everything changed. The year dawn finally learned to linger. The moon retreated beyond slate-blue clouds as the first whispers of dawn brushed the sky, tinting the snowy battlements of Winterfell in fragile rose. Jon Snow stood upon the outer wall, cloak snapping against greaves dark with travel, eyes fixed on the northern horizon where the shadows of the haunted forest folded into one another like solemn priests at prayer. In his gloved hand lay a single inert shard of the severed well, colorless now, its once violet veins reduced to dull scars within crystal. He turned it under the weak light, noting how the surface no longer sang with forbidden resonance. A wolf howled far off, a solitary note against the hush, and the quiet clicked into his bones like a lock sliding home. For 3 unbroken nights since the burning of the cairn caves, he had returned to this parapet, listening for echoes in the dark, yet each night gave him only the hush of settling lands. It felt unnatural to trust silence again, but this stillness was the prize of their blood. Footsteps scuffed the walkway behind him. He did not turn. Val's scent, smoke, pine, fresh snow, arrived an instant before her voice. "You keep guard like the wall still towers over us," she said, hiss of breath feathering frost. John slipped the shard into a pouch at his belt. "Habits don't melt like snow. Besides, quiet often masks trouble. We burned one nest, but eggs hatch hidden." Val leaned against the outer crenel. "Tormund says the Free Folk Scouts found no more black ice between Frostfangs and Skago's shoreline. My people know how to sniff sorcery. They'll spot any creeping shadow." "I believe them." His gaze remained north. "Yet worry seeds roots quick." Val's laugh low and rough. "Worries for when you can't swing a blade. You can." She nudged his shoulder with hers. "Come break fast." The pear trees sleep, but the cook stewed last autumn's store with honey clove. Better than watchtower air. John exhaled, letting tension slip. Together they descended narrow stairs into Winterfell's courtyard, where dawn torches burned low and the scents of fresh bread, rendered boar fat, and stewing fruit drifted like homely ghosts. Stable boys hurried past with pails sloshing warm water. Each spilled drop hissed upon cobblestone, leaving curling steam halos. Ghost trotted ahead of them to the kitchen's side door, tail wagging slow, already anticipating a marrow bone. Inside, the vaulted hall bustled with the small clatter of spoons against copper, the muted murmur of early meal conversation. Daenerys stood near hearthside, face flushed from proximity to flame, stirring cast-iron pot where dark amber pears simmered. She wore plain linen, sleeves rolled to elbows, wrists ink-smudged by parchment but now powdered lightly in spice. When she spotted John she smiled, a shape soft and certain at once. "You're earlier than I," she said, voice sleep-rough. "I planned to bring this to you on the wall." He joined her, steam washing his cheeks. "Val called me down." He lifted spoon, tasted syrup sweet, with faint trace of clove heat. Memories of old Bear's rare sweet rations flickered. "You cook now." She shrugged. "Dragons taught me fire. Kitchens teach me patience. And pair honeycombs men better than speeches." She ladled portions into wooden bowls. John accepted one, Val another. They settled at a rough trestle. Rangers filed in quietly, nodding. Sam approached, scroll tube under arm, face bright despite ink stains. "Morning," he greeted, sliding onto bench. "News from the Citadel." The unstoppered tube, unfurled crisp vellum. Archmaester Ibroz finished translating the Ashai fragments describing threefold frost hearts. He confirms we destroyed Heartstone 1, and that Heartstones 2 and 3 are separated by oceans. One lies beyond the sunrise, the other below. John frowned. "Below." "Deep-sea fissure," Sam clarified. "Too far for mortal reach." Daenerys stirred pears absently. "Then our task is to guard shoreline for stray shards." She met Sam's eyes. "What of the other shard caches rumored in the Isle of Thorns?" "Naval party sails at first thaw," Sam said. "Gendry reforged scorpion bolts in case we stir seaborne whites." His tone faltered as though unwilling to imagine further battles. John swallowed lattice of pear flesh. "Every ship's hold will carry nightfire urns. Still, no sense worrying storms unformed. What concerns me are whispers within the gift. Folk collecting shard slivers for charms. Greed births folly." Daenerys nodded. "We send riders offering coin for shards surrendered. Mercy for those ignorant of danger. And if charlatans trade black ice, we seize stock under law of the watch." Conversation paused as Grey Worm entered, armor lacquered but lacking the ceremonial blue cloak he'd once worn in Astapor. He saluted. "High Marshal, Queen, Free Folk Courier at the gate. Says Tormund found something." His jaw tightened ever so slightly. Grey Worm did not waste words. Jon rose, motioning Daenerys. They followed Grey Worm across courtyard. Snowflakes fluttered, turning world to hush again. At the gate, a shaggy Garen stamped. Tormund's chosen runner. Young woman named Hilda. Hopped down, braid stiff with frost. She thrust a clay pot sealed in wax. Giant's Bane said, "Give this to Crow King and Dragon Queen," she said. "Came from lake beyond Weeping Keep. Fishers hauled it in nets." She pulled cloth aside. Inside glinted a shard no bigger than thumbnail, but its core pulsed weak cobalt even inside noon glare. Not inert. Jon's chest tightened. "How many?" 2 nets, only this one," Hilda said. "But ice cracks there keep singing like wind through bone. Fishermen swear more will rise come spring thaw." Daenerys accepted the pot with calm but eyes narrowed. "We transport this to Sam's vault. Then we ride. Show us the lake." Hilda nodded. "Trail is long but passable. We must cross Moorspain Moor before midday, else marsh gulps hoof." Jon turned to Grey Worm. "Assemble 20 unsullied. Half with dragonglass pikes, half archers." Grey Worm saluted again, crisp. "At once."
Valreparet dictening latjer vambrace.
Free folk archers join. We no more reeds. She grinned, fierce. Chance to show southern shields how real Northfolk hunt. Within an hour, they set forth. Jon, Daenerys astride silver mare, Grey Worm's silent column, Val and a dozen lithe bowriders, and Hilda guiding. Ghost loped ahead, white blur. Drogon remained behind, guard over Winterfell. Regal soared high, tracking. The ride across Moorspain Moor tested horses. Sucking black peat disguised under thin crusts of snow, edges slick with ice where northern sun failed to dry. Val's archers used switch branches to prod ground, steering party along tussock ridges. Twice a horse's foreleg punched through. Each time Hilda's rope and unsullied discipline hauled the beast free. Noon approached, a pale smudge of light through high cloud. At ridge crest they paused. Below stretched Weeping Keep's lake, a bleak oval of half-frozen water. Along its near shore slumped rotted ruins. Toppled wooden turrets, moss-whelmed stones rumored to have been holdfast of robber knights in ages lost. Tormund's campfires dotted shoreline, smoke rising straight in windless air. Beyond, the lake's center gaped open, no ice cover, its black water swirling as though stirred by unseen hand. Muffled howls, wind or hurt, one could not tell, carried across. They descended. Tormund met them, dragging mammoth hide over shoulders. Beside him crouched 2 free folk fishers, skirts iced. Tormund grinned through frost-rimmed beard. "Thought maybe we'd burned last of ice devils." Snow? But winter always keeps seed." He indicated lake. "Water bathes shards, they float like dead men's eyes. My fisher folk netted one afore it sank. Hilda brought you token." Daenerys approached edge, watched black water swirl. "The lake never froze fully?" "Did once," Tormund said. "This winter, ice melts from bottom up. Something below warms it, or chills it wrong." Jon turned to Sam, who bent over jar, studying shard. "Still active," Sam said. "It carries faint resonance, perhaps a splinter of a lesser heartstone. Enough to leach heat from ice but not raise armies." Daenerys stared long. "Even a small ember can spark wildfire if fanned." She straightened, eyes turning to Regal banked above. "We boil this lake." Jon met her gaze. "We risk steam scalding marsh villages." "We evacuate," she said. "Grey Worm, dispatch runners. Every hut within 2 league radius to clear by dusk. We strike at night. Less chance of scalding travelers." Tormund snorted approval. "Always wanted to fish with dragon fire." Orders flew. Runners galloped. Gray-cloaked watchers spread. Val's archers hoisted signal horns to high ground. Sam began measuring lake width, scribbling in ledger, marking currents. John and Grey Worm drafted perimeter of pikes in case white fragments crawled ashore. Hilda led evacuees. Stooped elders, children clutching ragged dolls, clusters of wary dogs. Sun slid west. Clouds thickened, pregnant with snow. At twilight Regal landed on ridge, talons clenching stone, back bowing as Daenerys mounted. Her armor of boiled leather and rings gleamed low gold. Jon approached, clasping her forearm. "Low passes," he advised. "Breath must reach water, but watch steam. It will blind." She nodded, expression resolute. Regal launched, wings gusting powder. He wheeled above lake, circled once. Jon raised one of Gendry's signal lamps, green flame. Regal banked, opened his jaws. Emerald gold fire streamed downward, striking black water with hiss like 1,000 serpents. Steam roared, billowed into thick plume. Ice along edges splintered outward, shards catapulting onto shore to sizzle. Again Regal breathed, then a third pass. The lake churned, belching gasps of violet vapor. Jon signaled archers. They loosed nightfire arrows into plume, seed of obsidian dust to fuse any rising shards. Black flecks glimmered within steam, swirling like rooks in storm. The water bubbled violently, then a loud crack sounded as though colossal bones split. A pillar of violet luminescence erupted, climbed skyward, then fractured in silent implosion. Shards cascaded molten, extinguished before hitting water. Daenerys steered Regal higher. Flames dimmed. Snowflakes resumed falling, blanketing steam's thinning veil. When plume cleared, lake lay still. Surface newly glassy, rim already icing.
Jon signaled halt.
Rangers crept to shore, poked waterline with spears. Temperature scalding near center, but cooling fast. Sam waded knee-deep, retrieving lumps of now inert black crystal. "Dead," he confirmed. "We succeeded." Cheers rippled across shore, muted, but heartfelt. Villagers watching from ridge lifted torches in salute. Jon exhaled, shoulders sagging. Tormund thumped Jon's back. "Boiled the bitch well good, Crow." Jon smiled despite fatigue. Another seed burned. He glanced at Daenerys gliding to land near them, hair plastered by steam. She dismounted, cheeks flushed. Their hands met briefly, a silent promise of vigilance. Grey Worm approached, eyes scanning lake. "Perimeter holds."
No wicks.
"Hold watch overnight nonetheless," Jon said. Regal perched on outcrop, chest heaving talon deep in snow. Dragons still necessary. Shards still rose. Jon realized this endeavor might span decades. Sniffing out each fragment of old ice, boiling lakes, burning caverns, collecting crystals. But task suited a realm at peace, a kind of policing, not war. Weeks passed. Spring teased the north. Midday thaws, rivulets trickling down rampart gutters, dark birds returning to roost eaves, ravens greeting sparrows in cooing disputes. In the vale, snow receded to reveal green shoots. At White Harbor, fishermen netted silver herring earlier than any old-timer recalled. Noble envoys arrived to witness dragon-fused walls, to sign parchments joining the Fellowship of the Watch. Dorne pledged sandsteeds to patrol desert passes. The Iron Islands offered longships laden with salted cod, their lord promising to guard western sea routes. Even surviving Lannisters, small cadet line, sent copper to mint Dragonwolf coin in Casterly gold. One dawn, Arya returned from far travels, hair cropped shorter, eyes dancing. She spoke of islands beyond Summer Sea where obsidian beaches shimmered under twin moons, shards dormant. She gifted Sam a pouch of peculiar black sand reluctant to warm by midday sun. Sam set experiments, scribbling feverishly. Sansa oversaw planting festival. Children spading ashen-rich soil with miniature shovels hammered by Gendry. Young maids scattering pear seed. Old men chanting blessings to both old gods and new, some to RH lore, some to Valyrian Sky Father. All prayers accepted beneath inclusive sky. Jon found time to spar with recruits each morning. He taught them the dance of footwork, the calm of breath, the principle that dragonglass pierced ice like truth pierced lies. Ghost supervised, occasionally snatching mis-aimed practice blades, wagging tail as new rangers chased. At dusk of last frost, Jon and Daenerys walked along Wintertown's newly cobbled main lane. Lanterns of colored wax shone in windows. Aromas of early-baked lemon tarts and barley stew mingled. The fiddler played Song of Black Flats, upbeat. A girl of maybe 8 tugged Daenerys' cloak, shyly offering carved wooden dragon with dire wolf riding its back. Daenerys knelt, whispered thanks in Viserion. The child giggled, then darted away. Jon squeezed Daenerys' hand. See? Stories without terror. She smiled. Still scars. Scars remind what we overcame. He paused by a well, surface-reflecting lantern dazzle. We keep watch, but we live too. She reached into satchel, pulled small parchment bundle. Speaking of living, she opened. Inside, knit cap, tiny, no larger than a sparrow's nest. Jon stared, pulse stuttering. She bit lip, eyes bright. Maester Wolkan confirmed. She placed his palm on her abdomen, still flat under wolf hide. Life takes root. For a moment, world blurred. Snow drifting, lantern glow, voices expanding. He imagined child running orchard, climbing Drogon's spiky tail, squealing at direwolf licks. Tears prickled. He drew her close, burying face in hair smelling of pear blossom. What if winter rises again? He whispered. Then our child learns to wield fire and ice. She leaned back, meeting his gaze. But first, they learn to laugh at falling snow. He nodded, smile trembling. They resumed walk. 2 silhouettes crossing lantern-lit street, ghostly steam curling as they spoke quietly of names, of rooms to be warmed, of stories to tell. Above, regal glided, shadow sweeping rooftops like protective wing. Ghost trotted behind, nose to ground sniffing prints of unknown night animals. In orchard beyond walls, pear buds swelled, each glistening with dew from day's brief melt. In crypt beneath heart tree, roots pushed deeper, rings thickened by seasons of peace. Wind sighed through leaves still red despite winter's paling. They whispered of dawns yet to come, of lullabies sung in tongues both old and new, of dragons' roars turned to sleepy croons beneath nursery windows. Time rolled forward. Task lists lengthened, remove black ice from Marsh Cave, negotiate grain trade tariff, rebuild watchtower at Queen's Crown. But weight felt lighter, carried by many shoulders. One night, Bran visited Jon's quarters in owl form. When he shifted back to frail body, he spoke of dream paths traced by children unborn. I saw a boy riding a small wyvern across green fields, he said. His laughter shaped clouds. Jon clenched brother's hand, silent gratitude. Years later, when that child, named Lyanna Rhaegan Snow, toddled across ramparts chasing glowflies, dragons soared low, riders patrolling realm that no longer trembled. Men and women told tales of nights fall by hearth but with soft edges, ensuring fear did not choke joy. Scholars logged each shard burned, each lake boiled, mapping old magic's ebb. And though long winters still came, they came as seasons, not cataclysms. Snow-layered fields, farmers rested hands, children carved sled tracks. At first crocus bloom, snows retreated without wailing whites behind. Winter tamed at last. In distant years, visitors to Winterfell's library would ask why one particular hall smelled faintly of pine and black pear syrup. The keeper would answer, that scent recalls the kitchen dawn when 2 guardians tasted hope. They would point to tapestry woven across entire stone wall. Dragon and direwolf back to back, wheel of sun woven behind, shards of shattered ice beneath. The caption sewn discreetly in corner read, in the year the shadows broke, the realm sowed dawn and reaped spring, and beyond stained glass windows, orchard branches swayed, heavy with pears that glinted gold even in twilight. Stories carried on. Of guardians patrolling with plowshares sharpened to peace, of dragons who learned to sleep under blossoming trees, of wolves who watched children grow. They spoke of scars, yes, but as maps traveled to find new horizons. And so the realm held its breath no longer. It breathed, slow and steady, and the air tasted of distant sea salt and freshly upturned earth. Winter's heart still whispered under ice caps far from any shore, but its voice no longer commanded legions. It spoke only as memory, cautionary, shaping vigilance. And the living, bearing fire and frost in balanced palms, walked forward toward centuries uncharted, leaving footprints that thawed quickly under kindly sun. The hearthfire's glow brushed amber across the stone-flagged solar, and the hush of late evening wrapped Winterfell like a quilt stitched from old memories and new hopes. Outside, flakes drifted from a bruised violet sky, dissolving the last murmur of the day. Jon Snow sat by the casement with parchment spread over his knee, his quill hovering, ink black as raven feathers poised above blank fiber. Across the chamber Daenerys dozed in a high-backed chair, Lyanna Rhaegon, scarcely 3, curled against her chest beneath a sable-trimmed cloak. The child's small thumb rested between rosebud lips, breath soft and steady. Ghost lay before the hearth, tail a lazy metronome. Drogon was away in the skies tonight, patrolling. Rhaegal slept in the lower field, lulled by the hush. Jon listened to Daenerys breathing, to the tick-tick of ember pops, to the wind sighing low around the window ledge. Words nudged at him, but none quite captured the shape of this quiet, the fragile alchemy that had turned grief into seasons ripe for planting. At last he set quill aside, crossing to kneel by Daenerys' chair. He brushed a curl from her forehead. She stirred, eyelids fluttering open, silver lilac irises finding his in flicker light. Half-murmured words formed, but she stilled them with a faint smile and a glance down at their child. Jon nodded. He rose, draped another quilt over her shoulders, then turned toward the door. The corridor beyond was dim, torches guttering low. He descended spiral steps into the yard, the air crisp, bearing distant aroma of pine pitch and hot iron, that constant song of Gendry's forge. Lanterns glowed inside the armory's open door. Gendry and Arya stood at the grinding wheel, sparks fountaining where a dagger's edge met stone. Arya, sleeves rolled, guided the blade. Gendry pumped the treadle and grinned at some private jest between them. They did not see Jon slip past. He crossed ramparts to the highest tower, where Bran's weirwood throne had been relocated during reconstruction. Gnarled roots woven into the tower's crown, branches piercing toward sky, red leaves luminous even at night. Bran sat among them, motionless but awake, pupils dilated, and yet Jon felt his brother sense him. The wind smelled of distant seas. Bran's voice reached without movement. No storms tonight, but distant clouds gather above Essos. They will break harmlessly into rain. Jon leaned on the parapet. You guard more than this realm now. Bran's lips curved faintly. Someone must watch horizons. Most nights they remain gentle. A long silence wrapped them. Then Jon asked, the fear coiled behind his ribs. Are there more shards hidden? Ones we have not seen? Always possibilities, Bran replied. Creation and destruction dance. Yet hearts of winter cannot rise without design. The spark to shape them has extinguished. What drifts ashore now is ember, not flame. Jon nodded, exhaling. Thank you. Steps echoed below. Brienne emerged onto the platform, cloak snapping, frost sparkling on pauldrons. Riders returned from Eastwatch Gap. High Marshal, she reported. No traces of black ice. The sea is solid and pure. Jon offered thanks. Brienne saluted, departed. He lingered beside Bran until chill seeped. When he turned to leave, Bran said, She dreams of warm water and pear blossoms. Jon paused. Daenerys. Bran's eyes flicked. Lyanna Rhaegon. She dreams of rivers flowing through dune valleys, of dragons playing in golden sand. The dream tastes like promise. Jon chuckled softly. Then perhaps one day we travel south. He descended and found winter nearly slept. Fires banked, sentries murmuring quietly. In the godswood he paused. Moonlight spilled through bare branches, dappling his scarred hands. He knelt by the heart tree, touched trunk, whispering gratitude to gods old and new, to memory and mercy. Spring crept northward in earnest. A wit. Harbor a festival unfurled across wharves. Pennants crackled, Minstrels played reedy tunes. Barrels of salted herring rolled onto trading cogs bound for Dorne. Sails bearing the sigil of Bravos dipped anchor. The Sea Lord's emissaries offered fine wine in exchange for dragonglass-edged carpentry tools. Jon and Daenerys arrived by Dragonback, descending upon a dais bordered by gulls and flower petals. Lady Manderly greeted them, cheeks rosy with salt wind. Beside her stood Meege Mormont, no longer towering but still formidable, leaning on axe like shepherd's staff. A hush fell as Drogon spread wings and settled behind market stalls, careful not to topple booths. Children clustered, blinking at sun-catching black scales. Lyanna Rhaegan peered over Daenerys' shoulder, wide-eyed at harbor bustle. Daenerys lowered her onto wharf. The child toddled toward a barrel, marveling at iridescent fish tails. A dockworker knelt, offering Lyanna a puffing fishskin balloon. She squealed, clutching it until it popped, leaving soap bubble glitter across cheeks. Jon laughed. Some watchers blinked in startled awe, the guardian laughing like a farmer tickled by goose feathers. The festival honored the signing of the Concord of Shores, accord pledging that each port would house a watchtower stocked with nightfire urns, garrisoned by joint crews, ironborn mariners, northern rangers, Dornish crossbowmen. Maester Greta read clauses aloud, ink shining on vellum. Salvage rights for black ice fragments, trade tariff halves for grain shipped to famine coasts, a tenth of dragonglass mined at Dragonmont to be reserved for common folk tools. Daenerys placed her dragon-forged seal. So did Jon, Lady Manderly, the Iron Island envoy, a Braavosi factor, Dornish couriers. The crowd cheered. Gulls erupted overhead. Later, in Lady Manderly's banquet hall, long tables groaned under roasted cod stuffed with lemon, braided loaves, pies sweet with apples shipped from Reach. Tyrion, now master of coin, co-serving both realm and fellowship, raised goblet, delivering toast peppered with wry jests about debts too large for even a Lannister to owe. Sam recited lines from Newest Chronicle, The Quiet Forge, extolling artisans forging spades with obsidian inlays. Gendry gifted Lady Manderly a rapier etched with tiny fish along Fuller. She in turn gifted him a cask of spiced rum. As moon climbed, Arya slipped from hall, climbed rigging of Braavosi cog moored nearby. Jon followed curiosity, found her perched on yardarm. Restless? He asked. She swung legs, silhouette thin against stars. Horizons still call. There are ruins in Valyrian Peninsula untouched by living step. He smiled. Take a skiff, but carry dragonglass. She leapt lightly, landing cat-quiet on deck. Always. He hugged her rare. She stiffened then hugged back. Ghost whined softly on pier. Arya scratched behind his ears. Maybe I'll bring you a sea-wolf pup, she told the direwolf. Mind the krakens, Jon warned. Mind your pears, Arya countered, grin bright, then vanished into ship's lantern glow. 2 summers later, Jon climbed a knoll above Winterfell Orchard, where pear trees drooped heavy in midday sun. Lyanna Rhaegan, now 5, clambered along low limb, determined to reach the fattest fruit near branch tip. Jon watched, one hand ready to grab her if she slipped. She swung agile as squirrel, laughter ringing. When she plucked the pear, she held it aloft, triumphant, then sat, swinging legs, biting into flesh. Juice dribbled down chin. Below, Daenerys knelt among seedlings with Maester apiarists, discussing flower rows to bolster honey yield. Drapes of bees buzzed around her bare arms. She did not flinch. Drogon basked nearby, eyelids heavy. Lyanna called down, mouth full. Papa, tell the story of the big boiling lake again. Jon sat on grass, leaning back on elbows. Which part? Steam tower to sky. How Mama rode fire. So he told her. In measured cadence, gestures painting night lake, dragon flame, shard screams. He left out terror, left in courage. She listened wide-eyed, though she had heard it many times. When tale ended she pondered. One day I'll ride regal to boil bad water. Maybe, Jon said, but many ways to guard the world. Reading scrolls like Sam, forging blades like Gendry, singing songs that teach hearts, planting trees. She frowned. Trees don't fight. They do, he countered gently. Their roots hold soil. They give pears to hungry people. He tapped branch. This tree fights hunger. You fight too by letting it grow. She considered, nodded, biting pear again. Daenerys approached, wiping hands. Time to pick the rest, she announced. Lyanna scrambled down. Mother lifted her high, settling on shoulders. They started down Orchard Row, child stretching to pluck fruit as they passed. Jon followed, feeling the world settle into simple pulse of sun, shadow, and laughter. Autumn of the 8th year after the long night, news arrived from Noth. Grey Worm would return with delegation to ratify Northern Athaian Trade Corridor, bringing spices, sashes bright as sunsets, and the first crops of sunplums grown using soil sweetened with dragonglass dust. On crisp dawn, Jon stood at Winterfell's restored eastern gate, awaiting. The column arrived accompanied by soft drumbeats. Unsullied soldiers wore ceremonial green ribbons. Grey Worm dismounted, clasped Jon's forearm. Not quite a smile but warmth in eyes. Behind him walked Missandei, her own path long and kind, translator of trade accords now. Children lined rampart to glimpse soldiers once feared now welcomed. Feasting followed, under canopies lit with lanterns carved from translucent black ice, glowing amber. Grey Worm told Lyanna the tale of butterflies in Noth that glow blue at dusk. She vowed to see them. Daenerys and Missandei spun plans for hospital ships along trade routes. Floating infirmaries stocked with salves derived from Nathian blossoms and northern flax. Late that night, Grey Worm and Jon climbed Watchtower. Silence stretched. They surveyed starlit countryside. Grey Worm finally spoke. Many years, I killed for freedom. Now I build for peace. But peace is blade that dulls if not tended. Jon nodded. That's why we still patrol. Grey Worm's gaze drifted toward Orchard. Children safe. That is blade kept sharp. They clasped arms. In morning Grey Worm departed south again, guardian of far shores. A decade after the Night King's fall, on Midsummer's Eve, Winterfell hosted the first convocation of winds. Council of leaders from every kingdom, freefolk chieftains, maesters, Braavosi envoys, Ironborn captains, Dothraki khals, and Nathian elders. They gathered beneath massive pavilion erected on black flats. The once battlefield now meadow flush with lupin and dragon's breath. At center burned a steady flame on an obsidian brazier fueled by resin. Around it delegates spoke, of crop failures in Far East requiring grain shipments, of pirates glimpsed near the smoking sea, of a curious sickness wilting pear orchards south of the Neck. They drafted solutions. New lighthouse at Cape Wrath, itinerant healers trained in dragonglass distillation, a network of raven mirrors amplifying Bran's watchers. Lyanna Reagan, 12 now, served as page, darting between tables. She recorded each pact in neat script taught by Sam's scribes. When recess began, she slipped to Jon's side. Father, will they ever stop meeting? No, he said, smiling. That is how we prevent armies meeting. At sunset, Daenerys rose, silenced crowd with hand. She spoke not of dragons or ice but of thread. Threads fray alone. Weave them and you clothe the world. She gestured to brazier. Each of us feeds this fire with small sticks, none enough alone. Together we keep night at bay. She cast cedar sprig into flames. Others followed. Pine cone from free folk, palm frond from Noth, slender blade of waterreed from Dorne. The fire flared, colors swirling. Later, under stars, Arya returned from Valyrian Peninsula bearing fragments of an obsidian obelisk that resonated softly but harmlessly, its core hollow. It sang once, she said. But the song died. Sam studied. Concluded it was husk of ancient forging, no threat. They displayed it as relic in Winterfell Museum wing, teaching children that songs can fade. Time's river flowed. Jon's hair silvered. Daenerys braids mixed starlight and moon. Dragons aged, wings broad as castle keeps yet slower in ascent. Ghost's muzzle whitened, pace stiffened. But he still patrolled Orchard each dusk, tolerated grandchildren climbing back. A late summer evening, when cicadas buzzed lazy and pears hung heavy, Jon and Daenerys walked along new-sprung vine tunnel near hot springs. Lyanna Rhaegon, now a woman grown, rode ahead on young wyvern hatchling, offspring of regal and wild skydrake found in shadowed eastern islands. The wyvern's wings shimmered teal. Its rider laughed into wind. Jon squeezed Daenerys' fingers. She outflies me, he mused. Each generation must, Daenerys answered. Jon paused by water's edge. Steam wafted off surface, scattering evening gnats. He recalled standing on this spot years before, hearing Sam's first warnings. Now the air carried only mineral warmth. He tossed pebble. Ripple spread. What worries you? Daenerys asked. Peace so long it numbs blades, he said. She leaned into him. Let songs sharpen hearts. She plucked pear blossom left over from last pruning, tucked it behind his ear. He laughed, low and rumbling. Up above, Lyanna swooped low, wyvern skimming water, wings raising mist. She banked skyward, releasing whoop that echoed. Jon watched until silhouette merged with dusk. He whispered, Let her fly. Daenerys smiled. She will guard skies we tamed. Another decade curled by. Thrones changed hands in southern realms. Storms bruised coastlines. Famine struck steppe lands east of Rhoynar. Yet the Fellowship's watchtowers lit signals. Dragons delivered medicine. Convoys of grain and honey sailed protected by iron-borne fleets. Small skirmishes flared. Brigands, raiders, smuggled shards traded by foolish men. But none grew beyond embers. Each time watchers stomped out sparks with unity once impossible. Eventually winter returned again, gentler still harsh. Snow buried orchards. Dragons roared the joy of crisp air. Children chased each other across frozen ponds. Jon, older now, still walked ramparts at dawn. Gray had replaced shadow in beard. Limb sometimes stiffened, but heart beat steady. One morning Bran summoned him to Weirwood Tower. Bran's face older yet unchanged. Veins of root curling more. I saw the future last night, Bran said. Not all of it, but enough to weigh. He described continents riven by quakes, seas swallowing shores, comet tails flaring, but men and women standing beneath banners not of kingdom but of kinship. Dragons perched on aqueducts, wyverns ferrying stone to rebuild. Shards of ice lay inert, sunk in trenches of molten glass, dead forever. Darkness tries again, Bran said. But light stands sooner. Jon listened. Will we be there? Perhaps our bones feed pear trees, Bran answered. But root and wing remains. Jon sighed. Relief mingled with something softer. Then we've done our part. He descended, found Daenerys in courtyard teaching group of novices how to speak low Valyrian to calm hatchlings. Snow fell thick, swirling around her. Lyanna Rhaegon, now captain of the Skyward Guard, landed wyvern behind, saluted. Jon watched, pride swelling. Twilight glinted off distant tower where night watchers trimmed wick of central obsidian beacon. Constant watchfire burning above Winterfell, fueled by tithes of resin and wax sent from every realm. As the flame flared, casting chocolate-orange halo into falling snow, Jon realized he could no longer tell where the old scars of war ended and the new tapestry began. They had stitched so long the seams blurred. Soon after, in hush of first full winter moon, Ghost lay down for final sleep beneath heart tree roots. Jon wept, buried face in thick fur, but tears fell gentle. The direwolf's passing felt like chapter closed, not world lost. They entombed Ghost in Orchard's heart, beneath two entwined pear trunks. Drogon circled overhead once, roaring farewell. Entire realm lowered banners for the wolf who had watched dawn come twice. Years later children ran among trunks, touching carved stone bearing Ghost's likeness. They would ask, "Who guarded night?" Parents answered, "A white wolf, friend to dragons." Near his 70th year, Jon climbed the parapets one last time. Hair white, but eyes bright. Daenerys stood beside, silver locks shot with moonbeam threads. They leaned on rampart, fingers intertwined. Below, Convocation of Winds, now led by Lyanna Reagan, adjourned after ratifying charter to map distant realms west of Sunset Sea. Peregrine wyverns roost on paddocks, wearing harnesses bearing fellowship crest. Dragons, aged but mighty, nested among foothills. Jon produced small pouch, inside lay the dull shard he once kept. Reminder, he said. Daenerys traced crack lines. Shard without will. Forges turned its dust into window panes for orphan school, he said. Light passes through. She smiled, closing his fist. Then keep it. Heirloom of victory. They watched last light fade. Stars sharpened. Ice and fire wove auroras across far north sky. Residual dances, bright not threatening. Jon felt heart steady. We walked long road. We built road, she corrected. He laughed soft. They turned, descending slowly. In library Samwell's great-grand apprentices scribed new chapter. In orchard bees hummed in hives shaped like direwolf heads. In tower midwives soothed mother laboring to birth child who would one day chase wyverns. Night settled gentle. Jon and Daenerys lay side by side within solar carved from heart tree stone. Hearth warm. Outside, wind carried no screams. Only hush of snow dancing on pear blossoms dreamt of spring. Jon closed eyes, hearing faint echo. Clang of dragonglass on walker ice. Roar of Viserion's agony. Shrieks of unborn nightmares. The echo dissolved, replaced by child's laugh, by forge slam, by distant dragon croon. He slept. Dawn rose pale. Somewhere a smith struck first hammer, ringing in new day. And the realm, cradling stories of shadow and ember, stretched wide to greet the sun, ready to weave more thread into tapestry unending. A crumbling gull-spattered sea wall hunched against the western breakers, and atop its salt-crusted crown stood Lyanna Reagan's snow, cloak rippling in a wind that smelled of kelp and distant fires. She pressed a brass spyglass to one eye, narrowed the other, and watched the pale horizon where unknown waters heaved beneath a sky the color of hammered pewter. Behind her, on a patchwork deck of new pine grafted onto ancient stone, crewmen unfurled a sail stitched half with the direwolf, half with a stylized dragon whose wings unfurled like rising suns. The cloth snapped once, filled, and the ship, the far flame, shuddered free of its birth. Ropes creaked. A gull shrieked and wheeled away. Lyanna lowered the glass. The chill of its rim lingered against her cheek like the memory of a warning. She had known rivers, storms, wyvern flights far above treelines and the hush of archives thick with memory, but open ocean still felt wilder than any tale. Salt spray beaded on her hair, silvering black curls. She allowed herself one measured breath, then turned. Taraya Sand, liaison from Sunspear and scholar of compass ways, strode up the taffrail with the confident gait of a woman who had seen seas break lesser vessels. Her leather jerkin bore 12 small bronze medallions, each earned for a crossing uncharted. She flicked a glance at the horizon. Still nothing but gray, but the wind speaks east today. Good omen if one knows how to listen. It speaks of storms, Lyanna answered. She tucked the spyglass into its case. But storms are roads to wonders. A grin split Taraya's sun-browned face. Spoken like a wolf raised under dragon wings. She clapped Lyanna's shoulder. Your father would have called it folly. He would have boarded first, Lyanna corrected. And mother would have ignited every beacon from here to Bravos to keep us steady. Crew shouted. The far flame eased into deeper surf, prow lipping over the first swell, stern tugged by ropes still lashed to the wharf. On shore, a figure lifted a torch thrice in salute. Jon Snow, hair white as winter ash, yet shoulders still broad in black wool cloak. Beside him stood Daenerys Targaryen, silver hair braided back, one palm laying across Jon's arm. Her eyes fixed on the ship with that calm the realm now called her gift. The look of a queen who had learned to let children chase horizons. 2 months earlier, the convocation of winds in White Harbor had ended with a murmur that rippled out into laughter and cautious excitement. Archaeologists from the Nathi flotilla had brought back shards of coral carved with glyphs no maester could translate. In swirls of raised latticework, the coral depicted dragons that spiraled into wolves that melted into waves. Symbols of union unknown in any known culture. Bran Stark, from his tower of roots and ravens, sent word that the patterns felt familiar, as though they remember songs we never sang. He asked for volunteers to sail west, beyond the maps of the Sunset Sea, to seek the reef where the coral had grown. Lina stepped forward. Night after night, she sat at the hearth with her parents, poring over sea charts, journals of storm sailors lost and never returned, even fragments of Ironborn saga once dismissed as exaggeration. John traced a finger along a stub of coastline labeled simply, "Here there be shadows," and said, "Find light there." Daenerys pressed a cloth full of desert saffron into Lyanna's hands, for tea on cold nights, and murmured a prayer in High Valyrian that named every ancestor from Rhaenyra to Regal. Ghost, ancient now, yet bright-eyed in winter's dusk, nosed Lyanna's knee. He was mostly bone and memory, but still he watched her go. Dragons, too, bowed wings in farewell. Drogon above the orchard, a black star against sunset. Regal circling once before disappearing north, sentinel to an age. The far flame cut northwest along currents charted by Dornish pearl divers, swinging round the broken snout of the old wall's remains. At Eastwatch Rift, still a jagged gap in the once titanic barrier, the crew glimpsed gleaming parapets reforged from fused ice and dragonglass, watchtowers manned by rangers of mixed blood. Free folk, Manderley seafarers, summer islanders, even a scattering of unsullied veterans who preferred lonely vigilance to southern heat. Their bonfires burned green with resin each night, a reassurance to passing vessels that no dead yet stirred beyond. Weeks scrolled on. Stars shifted. Constellations the crew had known tilted, broadened, and blurred. Tariah taught them new names. The Drake's Ember, the Widow's Tear, the Silent Hound. Some nights the waters lay miracalm beneath a moon fat as a pearl. Other nights they roared and heaved, and far flames' timbers groaned. Lyanna stood at the prow through each shift, face salt-stung, scanning for islands wreathed in mist. On the 47th day, before dawn, the lookout cried out. To port rose ragged cliffs bleached bone-white, honeycombed with caves exhaling pale blue luminescence. Water around them shimmered with thin threads of cold light, plankton or something stranger. The crew anchored at a sheltered cove. Lyanna, Tariah, and 2 Marines rowed ashore, boots crunching on sand shot with chips of black obsidian. Inside the first cave they found carved pillars fluted like dragonbone, spiraling up to a ceiling studded with stalactites that dripped azure water. Inscribed on walls were swirling lines, similar to the coral glyphs, yet sharper, etched with tools that bit stone as though it were wax. At the heart of the chamber sat a dais upon which rested a sphere the size of a child's head, fashioned of glass so dark it consumed torchlight. The sphere pulsed faintly once, twice, then went still. Tariah whispered, "Is it alive?" Lyanna knelt within arm's reach. She felt no cold, no heat, only a hush, like deep snow in forest. Memories of old stories stirred, of the heartstone of summer that melted ice, of the shard singers buried beneath the jade sea, of prophets who claimed even glass could dream. She reached out, laid her palm upon the sphere. A tremor rushed her nerves. Images, dragons soaring over green archipelagos, wolves running through sun-drenched meadows, spiraled rivers that glowed violet under twin moons. No words, only impressions. Then a single sound, echoing like stone dropped into deep well, the heartbeat of a world unborn. She jerked back, gasping. The pulse faded. She looked at Tariah. It showed me a place beyond maps. Not death, not winter, something blooming. They debated whether to carry the sphere aboard. In the end, caution won. They left it, marking coordinates with rune stakes. "We'll return," Lyanna promised the silent chamber. Back on Far Flame, she wrote a raven scroll to Bran, describing the experience. A day later, a raven caught up, faster than natural wings, as though carried by stronger currents. Bran's reply, "The sphere is a seed. Do not uproot yet. Seeds awake when soil ready." Lyanna puzzled, but set course farther west. Storms racked them, lightning purple as bruises, winds that smelled of hot slate. Twice, wyverns circled out of the gloom, sleek gray creatures, neither drake nor dragon, beaks serrated. Taraya's crew brandished dragonglass-tipped ballista bolts, but the wyverns only eyed sails then wheeled away. They reached a chain of low islands where rivers of lava met ice cliffs that calved into hissing steam. Here they found giant stone tablets half-submerged, etched with glyphs merging wolf fangs, dragon wings, and vines heavy with fruit none recognized. One tablet showed 3 circles connected by a ring, past heartstones, present guardians, future seed. Another depicted a tree whose roots wound into a sleeping wolf's jaw and whose branches cradled a dragon egg. Lyanna traced the grooves with gloved hands, heart thundering. Taraya murmured, "What if the world began here, or begins again?" Lyanna replied. They camped one night on black sand shore. Stars overhead reordered themselves, constellations drifting, forming new tandem shapes like quilting squares shifting mid-pattern. Lyanna dreamt of a voice layered like river over rock. Guard soil, not shard. Fire that heals, not burns. Ice that binds, not breaks. She woke near dawn, eyes shining with stubborn tears she did not understand. Soon after, sickness struck. 3 sailors developed fever, skin flushed. Taraya recognized sign of iron salt exhaustion. They administered saffron salt tea from Daenerys' pouch, and the men recovered but supplies waned. Decision: return east, charted charts in tow. During return crossing, waters luminous with plankton parted beneath hull. Great black shapes glided just below surface. Leviathans long as castles, plated in scales that shimmered like pearl. They did not attack. One surfaced, exhaling plume of vapor that reeked of moss. Eye large as kettle fixed on Lyanna leaning over rail. In that orb she saw reflection of moon and wolf and dragon, swirling. Then the beast sank, taking the secret of its long memory into depths. The far flame entered White Harbor under full sail trimmed with seaweed strands. A crowd had gathered. Scholars, maesters, free folk elders, children from village schools. Jon and Daenerys at forefront, Bran's ravens swirling overhead. Lyanna disembarked, knees weak from weeks of deck sway, yet steadied by father's arms. She pressed into his palm a sketch of the sphere, the tablets, the Leviathan eye. Sam rushed forward, spectacles slipping. "You found them?" "Fragments," she said. "The beginning of a path." Winterfell's solar filled with smoke of cedar logs as a council assembled. Bran's chair of root and bone faced long table cluttered with parchments. Taraya described currents swirling like twin serpents, link between islands that exhaled hot steam and cave sphere. Gendry tapped charcoal along sketches, musing what alloy might carve those grooves. Sam compared glyph patterns to as-high scroll rubbings. Jon listened, silent sentinel. At last he said, "We once fought ice that walked. Now we find ice that dreams." Daenerys folded arms, gazed distant. If these places birth seeds, not of death but of melding, then perhaps they answer question we have asked since dragons first flew. How do fire and ice settle? Bran's voice soft. By growing together, not by one conquering. Debate raged. Send second expedition, this time with scholars, healers, farmers carrying seed grain, bees in hives? Or leave spheres undisturbed? Let unknown lands remain unknown? Sam feared carrying plague. Taraya warned storms. Gendry pledged hulls reinforced with dragonglass plates. Silence descended when Jon lifted hand. "We gather fellowship once more, but not as conquerors. We go to learn, to exchange, to plant. If the world has edges, they're meant for bridges." He turned to Lyanna. "Will you lead?" Her throat tightened. "Yes." Daenerys stepped forward. "Then dragons will escort." She bowed head to Jon. In her eyes flickered memory of old war, of dread overshadowing sky. But deeper lay flame tempered by years. "And I will fly with her." Jon's breath caught. Fear for both, pride deeper. He nodded. Bran closed eyes. Ravens settled on rafters, feathers rustling. When Bran spoke again, his voice carried echo of wind and leaves. "The sphere's pulse guides you. Follow currents until dream and waking merge." Plans unfurled. tide readers from Iron Island's mapping channels, Moorish shipwrights offering cedar from Dornish groves, free folk hunters drafting treaties with wyvern pods should they cross again, maesters compiling plague ward kits, beekeepers prepping hives, seed experts selecting grains tolerant to volcanic soil. Evening merged into morning. Farflame's hull underwent reinforcement. Second ship, Dreamforge, readied with observation deck for Bran's ravens. Jon oversaw cargo. Barter chests filled with dragonglass-bladed plows, pear saplings, mini greenhouse crates. Before departure, feast erupted under Hearttree. Musicians from Bravos plucked reeds. Dothraki horse lords raced wyverns along walls. Dragons soared overhead, their shadows weaving across lanterns shaped like seeds sprouting. Children scattered obsidian confetti. Elders whispered blessings, half-old tongue, half-new. Ghost, slow but present, nosed Lyanna's palm. She knelt, pressed forehead to his. He licked her cheek once, a benediction. Dawn rose. Ships unfurled sails shimmering with frost patterns stitched in gold thread. Wyverns circled mastheads. One by one, fellowship delegates boarded. Taraya with sextant, Sam clutching treatise of coral glyph. Gendry carrying forge kits. A Nathian healer with baskets of butterfly cocoons for medicinal powder. Northern smallfolk chosen to plant first orchard. Jon and Daenerys stood at Gangplank's base. She wore simple leather, hair-bound. She pressed a kiss to Jon's scarred brow. Words were unnecessary. They had spoken them all in years of shared dawns. He whispered anyway. Return with sunrise in your eyes. She smiled. Or bring sunrise to you. The gangplank drew up. Ropes cast. Sails filled. Farflame and Dreamforge eased seaward. Dragons gliding alongside. Wyverns darting ahead like scouts. Jon watched until hulls merged with horizon haze, until only two black wings cut sky. He turned to Bran's raven perched at his shoulder. Croaked soft. Jon whispered, guard them. Night washed over, but watchfires burned green along coast. Each flame a promise that the fellowship of dawn would never dim. Months blurred on rolling waves. Lyanna and Daenerys charted new constellations. The twin seeds, the spiral wolf, the sleeping ember. They landed on archipelagos wreathed in orchids that opened only under moonlight, cohabiting with small dragons whose breath cooled rather than burned. In basalt caverns they found more spheres, gray, violet, obsidian, each pulsing faint, each giving visions not of war but of interwoven roots and wings. Farmers planted pear saplings in ash-rich soil. Bees swarmed newly blossomed colonies. On Dreamforge, Sam recorded data. Water salinity, plankton color shifts, sky's copper tint before storms that smelled of cardamom. Taraya's instruments measured currents swirling like braids. Signatures hinting of forces beneath crust shaping oceanic song. Then came the tranquil storm. A hurricane of snow and rainbow lightning, silent as sleep. It wrapped both ships in cocoon for 3 nights. When clouds parted, they floated above waters glowing turquoise under 2 moons. One pale, one peach. On horizon, a colossal wave frozen mid-crest, motionless. Dragons flew into it, climbed scintillant wall, vanished beyond. Lyanna felt pulse of her sphere quicken. They sailed closer. The wave was ice fused with glass, showing within it shapes. Dragons, wolves, saplings. Like mural captured in moment of birth. Daenerys dismounted onto the frozen wave, palm against smooth surface. It hummed warm. She breathed Zaldrizes. A greeting. The ice parted into archway. Within, a cavern of light carved like ribcage of sleeping giant, stalactites dripping molten gold into pools that refracted faces of travelers. But their reflections wore crowns of leaves, not metal. At the cavern's heart lay a lattice of living crystal rising upward, root and branch fused. Spheres pulsed at each node. The largest, the size of a hogshead, glowed sunrise orange. Lyanna stepped forward, the smaller sphere in her satchel humming in response. When she leveled it beside the large, a resonant chord shook air. Glyphs on cavern walls illuminated. Wolf, dragon, vine, wave, and melted into new symbol. Seed curling into infinite knot. A voice, neither male nor female, as ancient as glaciers, filled cavern. Bringers of dawn, bearers of shadow's memory, sound now made fertile by peace. Fire tempered by frost, ice warmed by hearth, root fed by ash. Guardian bonds sealed. Light washed them. Visions cascaded. Orchards blossoming on islands once barren. Dragons basking in meadows where children wove wreaths for horns. Wyverns guiding merchant ships across aurora seas. Leviathans shepherding coral reefs rich with life. When light faded, the great sphere cracked like seed husk, dissolving into motes drawn into the traveler's chests, into dragon scales, into hull timbers. The waves slowly melted, water trickling yet calm. Daenerys whispered, "The world just turned a page." Lyanna felt heartbeat echo of millions of unseen roots spreading beneath seas. A page we must write. They sailed home with holds brimming. Jars of glowing plankton that healed fever, seeds of vines that cloaked barren soil in weeks, new alloys tempered in caverns of crystal that sang when struck, patterns for compasses aligning to currents not stars. Ravens raced ahead. In Winterfell, Jon read Bran's message. Dream germinates. Prepare orchard of realms. He closed eyes, inhaled promise. Years unfolded like petals. Coastal villages now planted pearlseed squash birthed from western islands. Nathian butterflies cross-pollinated northern pears, their powder preventing blight. Fishermen forged nets of singing alloy gentle enough to spare hatchling fish. Dragons, older but vibrant, transported goods and lore, their descendants, small skydrakes, taught to guide merchant ships through gentle storms. Children in Wintertown studied vowels shaped from coral glyphs, learning to pray in language of waves and roots. They sang songs where verses in Old Tongue blended with Valyrian refrain, culminating in chorus of the new Seamark script gleaned from frozen wave. One mild spring, Jon visited Ghost's grave. Pear trees now towered, rings dense. He placed his palm on bark. "We tended soil," he whispered. Above, blossoms fluttered like slow snow. Regal, ancient yet powerful, circled treeline, tail trailing shimmering pollen dusting fields. Daenerys arrived, hair loose, streaked with gray a dragon would proudly display. She took Jon's hand. Lyanna prepares another voyage, this time southwest along Starlight Path. Jon smiled. Let seeds fly. Decades later still, travelers from beyond Summer Sea recounted myths of a people riding wolves with feathered wings, of orchards that floated on lily-pad continents, of dragons that breathed sapphiric mists to calm monsoon gales. They carried coins embossed with intertwined root and flame. They told of the fellowship, now more idea than counsel, a constellation of allied hearts across hemispheres, ever mapping edges of unknown. Their stories crossed oceans, reached a gray-haired maester in conduits of Winterfell Library. He copied them into the Tome of Quiet Dawns, noting how each tale ended not in war but in weaving. Sister tongues traded seeds, exchanged songs. In a final chapter he wrote, "And the children of direwolf and dragon learned that dawn is no single horizon. It is a circle, always ahead and always behind, and those who walk with eyes open carry it in their chests, to light the shadows of endless discovery." Then he set quill aside, doused candle, and stepped out into orchard night where petals drifted beneath stars he barely recognized. The sky itself changed by voyages unborn when he was page. The air smelled of pear blossom and distant salt. A wyvern shrieked high overhead, playful, no alarm. The maester smiled, pulled cloak tight. He felt old bones ache, but inside burned warmth of dawn unending. And somewhere, on another sea, new sails billowed, chasing dreams glowing violet in water, carrying laughter of children who had never feared the sound of winter's horn. It was not perfect peace, no such thing breathes, but it was tapestry thick, stitched with threads of vigilance, compassion, curiosity. Every spring, new holes appeared. Every autumn, new threads mended them. Under that weaving, the realm walked forward. So the story stretches past parchment edges, to voyages unfathomed, to spheres yet asleep, to dragons unborn, to wolves whose eyes will gleam in moons yet to wax. But always the chorus hums the same refrain. Fire and ice, root and wing, guarding the Garden of Dawn.